Hello, good morning everyone. Hello Tucson Blues on Twitch, HQ, and Anthony on YouTube. How is everyone doing? Coffee time. I have my coffee. In fact, let me put my coffee on a spot on my desk that's not my mouse pad so I don't knock it off. Better if I remove the hyphen from the title, probably. And hello, Goldie Pants. Hello, Umbra. 0 viewers. We started 1 minute ago. The view count has not had time to update. I think I need to restart DE a couple times to fix my mods for casting. I was playing games last night. Alright, let's make sure that I have mute the menu sounds so you don't hear me clicking buttons. We start the game to apply the mod. Hello, John Loft. What was that gameplay with volcanoes attacking units? That is a map called Meltdown. It was from the Terra Nova duos. I think it's a Mad Catter map. Basically there are some neutral Gaia units in the middle, which are modded to use the smoke graphics and fire as their projectile. One day we'll have to do a community game on that. Kato and Nikov are drafting right now. Lovely. So here we'll have Kato on the left, Nikov on the right, Qualifier 1, and this is the best of 7. The cider match. Whoever wins goes to China. And now we're just gonna see whether the maps fit the overlay or not. They do. Lovely. Now will the civs fit? I'm guessing no. Okay, no. Great, then, I really don't want to have to redo everything. But I guess I will. Let me see, what is the right size for this? Okay, there will be a right size. Size right now. Too large. Okay, it's also kind of flipped. Okay, there you go. That'll be the admin bands down there. Let's hear this. Ooh, okay, that wasn't bad. This wasn't bad. No, I just put them back here. They're fine. Okay, no. Not quite. 2 at the same time, OBS. I do have that technology. Right, okay. Gotta center that. Okay, I think we've got it. Name this to be best of 7. Okay, make it a bit darker so we can see it all. Actually, let me first move it up slightly. Move it on up slightly. There we go. All right, there we go. Now we're talking. We got an overlay going. There we go. Overlay done before I even got my coffee. Perfect. Hope we get to play Chicken Arena. I do too. I don't like that it's his very last pick, but I do like it's at least picked there. Alright, hello Samdos, hello Izyan Jamal. Is this the qualifier? Yes, this is the qualifier. This is the qualifier. I was formerly known as T West. What happened to the West? I think that's still in all my account names. Sicilian's pick is cheesy. Sicilian's is a top pick from Nikov. Has to be... But where's Sicilian's then? Some type of cheese for fish and fish with a Dark Age donjon in the middle? Something for Seychelles with a landing, maybe? We've also learned that fish and fish really should be called turtles and crocs. Extra transport line of sight for Seychelles when you start with the transport. That could be nice. Ooh. You gotta cook with some of these strategies. Yeah, second pick, so he has something planned. It's risky to have something planned against Tato, because Tato is a player who can cook with his own strategies. I switched to your Twitch account? Alright, Umbra, say hello on Twitch. So let me just remind myself what the schedule is for today. First, we have Tato versus Nikov, then ACCM versus Sebastian, and finally, Charles versus Hart. Boom, I'm gonna hope to cast all 3 of them, 3 best of 7s. Oh, I'm sure that'll test my stamina and my coffee. Spaden, hello Spaden. Really odd to pick them this early. He could have easily picked them later since it's such a low tier save, unless he thinks Tato might pick them for whatever reason. If there's a player who's gonna pick them, it might be Tato. But yeah, that is a good point. He probably could have gotten a better sieve in the first 2 and picked them later. Coffee black, no sugar? Yes, indeed, Bailo. And hello, Idle Villager. Oh, you got your Doritos. And hello, Umber in the Twitch chat, under a different name now. Kai Cladden. Should I move? I think I gotta move this up slightly more. Hold on. Right. I got 3 of these I gotta move. Can I move them both at the same time? There you go, that's a bit better. Actually, I know I can do them all at once. Gotta do this. Our very precise UI design skills here. There. That's maybe 2 pixels too far. There. When I say TC, it sounds like Tasty to me? Really? That's not something I've ever heard myself say. I've always felt it sounds like TC. You have a New Zealand accent, so everything sounds weird. If I would have picked them, it would be Tato. I'm kind of surprised not to see Sicilian Saracens as the first 2 picks for Tato sometimes. Unless they all know about a cheesy strat. I'm still wondering. I like Death Counter's idea of the extra line of sight for the transport ship you start with on Seychelles, but I still think some type of Dark Age donjon for the middle on Fish and Fish might be what they go for. We saw that a couple times on Skakuza, where they were on that map with all the hunt in the middle, and I'm thinking maybe something similar applies to the map with all the shorefish in the middle. And hello, Vico. It's like Dune Springs. I remember during that Red Bull qualifier, I don't know what Uzi was doing or how he managed to do this, but every single time I was casting those Red Bull qualifier ladder games last year, Uzi was picking yellow, playing Dune Springs, and playing the Byzantines. Like favoriting the map, force picking Byzantines. And he just did it over and over and over and over and over again. Never changing the map, never changing the civ. Hope this is a quick series. Well, if it's quick, then we get to ACCM Sebastian, which is starting at 14 GMT no matter what from what I saw. Because they're not going to be going too late in Vietnam. This was a quick draft. This only took around 10 minutes. Usually the drafts are much longer. Guess these players know what they're doing. You better know what you're doing with the Sicilians pick. Yeah, the donjon stuff really suits some maps. Yeah, indeed it does. It's not just the tower that you get, but the production. I forget these days, does the donjon unlock the archery range so you can skip the barracks fully? Yeah, they changed that so it does, right. Yeah, so that really helps out if you're going to fight over the middle. Because you can do the donjon in the Dark Age, and it's cheaper because you have the 300 stone, and you don't need to collect the stone like you do the wood for the towers. And it still costs a bit of wood, but not as much as the barracks. So it's like having a cheap barracks that shoots arrows and trains a sergeant, which is, I guess, just strictly a better man-at-arms in many ways. But definitely suits some maps, and Fish and Fish will be the first map, so this might be a Sicilians pick. If Nikov picks Sicilians somewhere other than Fish and Fish or Seychelles, I will be really surprised. I also don't know how to pronounce Seychelles. I've been saying it like that. But it might be pronounced completely differently. I'll need to go watch an Ornlu stream and hope that he knows how to pronounce it. Close enough. Find one of those 30-second YouTube videos that tells me how to pronounce it. Where is my accent from? I'm from the East Coast US. I'm from outside New York City. I'm from New Jersey. But whenever I go back to Jersey, people always think they question my accent and say it sounds like I'm not from around here. So I really don't know where my accent comes from. Or if it actually sounds like I'm from Jersey or not. All my Seychelles viewers out there are upset I can't pronounce their country. Oh no. And now you got me curious. I gotta open up a map and figure out where this is. It is north of Madagascar. Okay. It's an archipelago of 115 islands in the Indian Ocean off East Africa. It's home to numerous beaches, coral reefs, and nature reserves, as well as rare animals such as the giant Aldabra tortoises. Mahi, a hub for visiting the other islands, is home to capital Victoria. That's what I can pronounce. It has the mountain rainforests of Morne Seychelles National Park and beaches, including Beau Vallon and Ansi Takamaka. Alright, that is a beautiful beach photo on Google Maps. The islands are so small and spread out. I don't even see any. Okay, so we can go here for a vacation someday. And we had a land in the Maldives, maybe we'll have a land there someday. If it was there, you would have quite. If that was there, Sato would be grinding 24/7 to practice for it. I'm going for a tropical vacation. Hello, LL? I really need to get this YouTube chat combined on the overlay. I know Twitch doesn't technically allow that. Surprised Nikov accepts UK West server? He's in Italy right now, so I imagine that server's probably fine for him. You go to the beach instead of practicing during the main event? Is that the issue, or is that the feature? Both. Take a lap. Yeah, you can practice from the beach. Practice from the beach. Get one of those big, like, umbrellas to protect you from the to protect you from the sun. Set up a table. Bring your PC out there. Now that should be where the LAN finals actually take place, right on the beach. I think, have they launched? Oh, they have launched. There we are. Thanks, DE. And we'll have 30 seconds of spec delay. Let me just do a quick ad, get that out of the way, then we'll launch in. It would mess up the equipment. It's coarse and rough, irritating, and gets everywhere. Anthony Nikov for the win. Some Nikov fans in YouTube. The Spanish castle already has the tech issues. Okay, we are here, and it is indeed Nikov's turn to pick the Sicilians. He wanted this civ for Fish and Fish, and there he goes. He'll be playing as the Red Sicilians to the northwest, and Tato will be playing as the Blue Japanese to the southeast. So the map is Fish and Fish. You might think that, oh, there are fish on the outside, there must also be fish in the middle. And there are this time. Ooh, usually the map has box turtles, but now there are fish there. Now it actually is Fish and Fish. Right away, we have a mill from Tato in the middle. He's going to go for the shorefish. I have seen players dock on this map to take the outside fish. But for the most part, it becomes a fight over the middle. And we likely will see that Dark Age Donjon pop up from Nikov. Tato going for the dock and the lumber camp at the same time right away. It looks like he chopped a bit of wood on that straggler tree. And a house too, making sure he can afford everything. So as the Japanese, we'll go for the mill. 50 wood discount on the mill and on the lumber camp, so you can go to the middle nice and early. They also, of course, do have the faster working fishing ships, so can go for both strategies on this map, either for the middle or for the dock. This time opting for the middle, Nikov will scout that. I'll find a couple of Loomless Vills. Is he going to fight the Loomless Vills? That's risky when there are two of them. Tato wisely sending two Vills together. One Vill on the side of the lumber camp may be a bit risky without Loom. More risky against an Eagle Civ, though, than a Scout Civ. There are also these barrels in the middle. Hello, barrel. A nice little bit of scenery there. And two crocodiles, so you can't just walk right to the middle. You can't just take the hill. Nikov will send his Vills forward, sending 3. Is Tato going to stand on the mill location and block it? Yeah, he is. Oh, it's not a big deal. Nikov will just bring his own scout over, and then he can fight with the Vills too. I wonder if Nikov would ever try to Masterpiece quick wall this. Yeah, there he goes. That's kind of a waste of time for Tato, I think. I do wonder if maybe Nikov does Loom, tries to fight the crocodiles, and does the donjon on top of the hill. Oh, the Doritos spam for Tato already in the chat. Idle villager, not idle with the Doritos. So more Vills to the middle for Nikov. Yeah, and there's that one crocodile. Oh wow, that's a pretty aggressive crocodile there. So Tato up, Nikov will be up first. Walling in the mill. And where is the donjon now? Where is the donjon? There, oh, right next to the mill, okay. Barracks from Tato making militia. I guess the downside of going for the donjon approach is that you're not going to have any Dark Age militia. And Nikov has to be very careful to wall that in. So wants it walled in at the mill so that the militia don't come forward and harass him in the Dark Age. Might need a couple more tiles of palisades to keep the Ville safe, but should have no problem with that. So no one docking on the outside. Completely undisturbed shallows and shorefish out there. You can walk across all this. Just some terrain mixing to put water on top of the shallows, but nothing there is unwalkable. And we'll have the gold over to the side as the palisade wall goes up for Nikov. He'll be walled at home too. Tato, interesting, he's going to think about hitting Nikov at home. And he'll need a couple more tiles of wall, and he'll be really safe actually with how compact his base is. So these militia not going to find any damage for now. And let's see if we have a sergeant. Oop, the donjon kills the crocodile. Poor crocodile. Is the map visible when it starts? Nope, no auto visibility like some other maps. It's not like African Waters where you can see the middle. Is Tato going to do a tower on some shorefish just to protect his Vills and grab another mill spot? And Nikov walling up at home. His men-at-arms not going to find a spot to get in. And with the donjon, it is 175 stone, but less wood than a barracks, so you do save a bit of wood in the long run. And it is going to be skirmishers for Nikov. Hello, Zaraki AoE2. Welcome to the chat. So Nikov will be going skirms. Tato will be going archers. Tato on gold. Is that just a mistake to go archers these days? Should it just be pure skirm? And how did the scout get in? I just ran through the house there. Alright. Men-at-Arms trying to break in. Nikov quickly goes for a wall. And the gate will be a bit more expensive to repair than a palisade wall would be. Those Men-at-Arms making some progress. That'll cost a little bit of wood for Nikov to repair. And won't be able to harass those vills right away under the tower with these skirms. Tato adding in some skirms with his archers. If he's able to get archers forward here, that could be quite annoying. Nikov will be doing a house wall. There's more room to repair. But unfortunate for him that he wasn't able to get the palisade there, as this is going to cost him more wood than than he'd like to be spending. And he's going to do the mining camp adjacent to the gold. Okay, I still think a tile back is the way to go. He'll bring a skirm over, so this will keep him safe from here. But funnily enough, he doesn't actually need to lock the gate. He can actually go to the inside of the gate with the skirm. It's the pillar that's walling the Men-at-Arms out. Well, he will get 4 vills in gold. That'll be pretty efficient. Is that skirm patrolling? Where's that skirm going? That's just a patrol, right? If Nikov doesn't remember that the skirm is there, that's actually going to be annoying, because it's going to be blocking the gold vills. I would think this villager here probably wants to be mining this gold, so you get that one out of the way quicker, and then the mining camp accesses more tiles, but no big deal, I guess. Anyway, vills go into the berries in the back of Tato's base. Unrelated subject, how am I? I'm doing pretty well, thanks for asking. So, skirm defense here from Tato, his starting scout, a bit more HP left on it. Nikov will probably sacrifice his scout to get that scout down, and 4 HP left. He just wanted the HP down. Oh, thank you very much for the sub, Zeriki. Thank you very much. That'll help us for our Partner Plus goal. Tato is the favorite here? I think he's probably a favorite in this matchup, but I mean, not according to their elo. Nikov grinding the ladder. But yeah, I still think Tato's probably the favorite. Your salary today. So archers getting to the back, and this is the benefit of the archers over the skirms. They can harass the vills a bit more. And now Nikov almost has overchopped his wood line. Needing to stay safe at home. And skirms here going to get on the gold mine. Now the good thing for these skirms for Nikov is that he is the Sicilians. And since skirms do have that +3 against archer, he will be taking only 2 damage instead of 3. So in the skirm versus skirm war, Sicilian skirms are some of the best. If not potentially the best in feudal. As Lithuanians move faster, Dravidians throw the javelin more often. But for every attack, Sicilians are actually, I think they take the least damage. The skirm's going down. And double range for Tato. And if he ever forces Nikov into scouts, he will have those Japanese spearmen, which then attack faster. That helps make up for some of the resistance. Now his men-at-arms still being annoying at the back of Nikov's base. He'll clean in with his archers though. He's down by 2 vills now, a bit more idle time. Wait, a bit more idle time for Tato. Oh, Tato has docked. Tato has docked. Alright, as the Japanese, Tato has moved out to dock. He's paying so much attention to the skirmishers, I didn't see he docked. And second range for Nikov now. Res collected just about the same. Nikov, almost ready to click up. Almost ready. He has the blacksmith, so he's good to go. He's good to go up. There he is, on his way up. And if Tato does stay in the feudal age, maybe a couple of sergeants could even be useful for Nikov. Maybe a bit surprising he didn't decide to add in any sergeants when Tato had the men-at-arms. What's the name of the map? The map is Fish and Fish. And hello, Mikov on YouTube. It's Fish and Fish. There are shore fish in the middle and deep fish on the outside. And so far, now Tato's going to be playing as the Japanese. Now he's going to get those fishing ships going. And the fish are pretty far away from the shoreline once you get through a couple of them, but you can redock and keep going down. And the skirm's breaking through 42 HP on that house, so skirms can even break that pretty easily. Impossible to kill in Skirm and Scout Wars. How much HP do they have? And now he's doing them on the way to the Castle Age. And when they get to the Castle Age, then they become pretty much unkillable by a Feudal Age unit. But Tato himself is up, and once he gets castle upgrades, then he can deal with them. As they do get a nice boost. They have one base Pierce Armor, but they'll get more Pierce Armor once Castle Age comes in. Imagine AoE with no skirmishers. That'd be horrible. Yep, so extra armor now. And that one guy, 75 hit points. And he is, ever so slightly slower, 0.96 to 0.95 speed. He needs some squires. I've been thinking about doing a skirmisher cosplay. So Elite Skirm on the way for Nikov, trying to get a timing advantage. Tato has to tower up at home. He's going to keep trying to wall. There is Elite Skirm. They don't have any armor, and Tato's just going to keep walling. Nikov just says, I'm going to dive the TC and try to take this army. Is this a good decision from Nikov? He's going to take some arrow fire there. Maybe if he had armor, that could have worked out better. What about a Palisade cosplay? Maybe a Palisade wall? You know, I could probably pull that off. I'd need a flag. I could make that part of the villager cosplay next time I do it. And like build a palisade. You could have a little hat with the flag. That could be cute. And Castle Age, the bonus damage does get higher. So it's now 4 rather than 3, so you are resisting a tiny bit more. And there is a forward donjon. So Nikov gonna go for the donjon rush. I wonder if he ever thinks maybe doing a donjon by the dock, just to disrupt the fish. Tato now 16 skirms, 19 skirms though for Nikov, they're a bit spread out. Tato picking off some of the reinforcements. And only one sergeant so far. Going through that palisade. We'll see if he adds more. Yeah, now we get to see why I don't really like that mining camp. All the villas kind of bunching up on one side instead of spreading out evenly. Nikov is walled at home. I'd probably delete that gate. Even delete the house and mine a bit more cleanly. Is the excess pop space. And this is where Tato's trying to clean up. He's trying to pick the reinforcements with a larger army. Nikov, losing some units here and there, has to fight under the donjon. Maybe not the best fight for him, maybe better just to run away at that point. All of his skirms are forward, still trying to find a way to break into Tato's base. 8 skirms to 14, and this is where Tato now has to rely on his walls to keep the skirms out. And get to a point where he's not going to take that fight, as the university will go up for him in the back. And res collected still the same. Tato's still enjoying having access to the fish. All those deep fish with his Japanese fishing ships. Sicilian skirms are 20% stronger. They're not stronger, but because they resist bonus damage, they resist the 4 archer attack. So they have 0 archer armor, 4 archer attack, and then they have their 33% bonus damage resistance. So they do take a bit less damage in the skirm war. I guess that's 1.33 less damage per javelin. Yeah, in the Skirm War, the Pierce armor completely cancels the Pierce attack, so it's just the bonus damage. Okay, oh no, Nikov, don't do it, don't do it, don't walk onto the shallows. Nikov, don't, no. No, Nikov, no, don't do it, don't do it. It's Tato. He's got the demo in the dock already. Think production speed nerf? Yeah, that's what I was saying, Heavenly Chorus, one more minimum range. Is that way at least melee damage, or melee units would fight them better. Nikov wisely backing off the shallows. So ballistics on the way for Nikov, that's already in for Tato. Nikov probably needs to back off until it comes in. Yeah, I've been saying that for a while. Well, we'll see how the production speed works. I don't think that's too unreasonable. Nikov needs to group his army up and avoid taking the fight until ballistics. Here as he runs away, Tato will get some hits. And Tato with the numbers. Although Nikov will have the better units with the resistance. Also has the hill advantage there. And now ballistics is in. And now it's a more even fight. Okay, and this should be a good fight now for Nikov. Tato had the numbers there, but Nikov with that resistance will win the fight. And the hill bonus. Well, what is Tato doing? Why is he standing there and letting his army die? Don't like that fight at all for Tato. He must be microing in the middle. But lost everything back here. And Nikov with 5 skirms will walk past that guy. Says you can live to tell the tale. But meanwhile, Tato did manage to wall up on the side. And only 5 skirms, some low HP. Won't do too much damage, but could even annoy those villagers now that they are elite. And Tato, scale barding armor, he's gonna make a Cav switch. Okay, Cav and Mangonels. Mangonels maybe to pressure the donjons. And Berber's Burgers, hello, hello. How are you doing, Berber's Burgers? Sicilian CA against skirmishers, let's go. Well, they could do bloodlines. They do have armor. They need bloodlines and husbandry now. I don't think Nikov has a stable anywhere. So Sicilians are doing CA now. Okay, Nikov. We told you not to do this. Okay, he's splitting up. Trying to split up. Okay, loses 2 skirms, gets hit on a 3rd. Alright, nice split there anyway. Let's see if Tato does another demo. Sicilians, what about Thumb Ring? They do not have it. No, they do not. Now, Nikov does have Stone for a castle. And it will be one of those speedy Sicilians castles. And Tato does need to repair the Mangonel. So Skirm's going down. Eco difference getting very scary, indeed. We have a 20-ville lead for Nikov, as he'll do another TC on the gold and the ostriches and the wood line. And keep walling himself up, doing a very defensive castle. Along with those cav archers and those mangonels. One, two, three, four, 5 TCs. Maybe time for a first crusade then. Mangonel forward for Tato, but Nikov will come over with some skirms and cav archers. And chase it with his own Mangonel. Nope, knights coming in from Tato. That's what that stable swap was for. But good mangonel awareness from Nikov, gets the attack ground he wanted. And he'll dodge with the Cav Archers. He'll get the mangonel down, and these two mangonel should survive. One hit from the knight, but not enough. Armor and bloodlines on the way from Tato, but a bit late. This is the only time for First Crusade any delay will be faced with Samurai. Maybe, I always feel like the time for First Crusade is when you're at 200 pop. And then you just go over the pop limit. Okay, so these fishing ships getting very inefficient now, far from the dock. Tato didn't redock. And Nikov will be doing the market. So, the very early Sicilians pick for Nikov seems to have paid off at least. And Imperial Age on the way for Nikov. And it might be GG from Tato once he sees Nikov hit Imp, as Tato himself is nowhere close to clicking up. Better KD for Nikov, more res collected. Tato is just going to do a tower. Thinking of some Japanese towers. Guard tower even. Well, Tato does like his towers. What does First Crusade cost? It is 400 food, 300 gold. So you're probably almost never going to do it in place of clicking up to Imp. So one more fight in the middle. Nikov again with the better skirms. Cav Archers will help deal with the Knights. Nikov now has his armor in for the Knights. Tato continues pumping those Japanese Knights. And Nikov nearly up. 1 minute away, and that'll probably be the GG from Tato. He has a couple of Knights raiding, but don't think he'll be able to do too much damage. Might be able to get onto the gold. And Nikov overchopped some of his walls from earlier. I'll go straight for the university. I'll have this nice statue of Doubt at the front of the university, lecturing all of us on how to play AoE 2. As the guard towers from Tato continue creeping along the coast, we'll maybe hit this gold pile from Nikov. And Nikov will have a safe gold here. Tato just trying to tower everywhere. And there's Imp. We'll see if Tato calls it upon seeing Imp. He's still trying to raid a bit. Nikov now Imp with 20 more villagers. Tato should be cleaned up here. Maybe Tato just wants more towers and is going to hope to do something with towers, but this will be a speedy Sicilian's castle. I'll stand to protect the gold and take out a tower. And then Nikov can just trip down the other towers. And he can do armor, go for Cavalier, and clean the rest of the army. Murder holes even for Tato for the towers. But I don't think that's going to help him all that much when the castles will clean them up. Cavalier on the way. And then the other tech for Nikov would be Halberg for all the extra armor on the Cavalier line. TC there from Nikov should be able to clean that tower. And you know, as the Sicilians, he's doing TCs to clean the towers. Faster building TCs. To destroy the towers. Lovely. I mean, murder holes won't matter. Why are they played here? Donjons and skirmishers. That's why, donjons and skirmishers. Okay, that treb will be a bit exposed. But at least the knights will be under some castle fire. See, the monk does get a conversion. Tato is not devoted. Played in a game with no wood? Why would they be played in a game with no wood? And you keep your TCs garrisoned. Finish off the towers. Don't lose your vills like that. And then here comes the Cavalier Flood. Tato's still stuck in the Castle Age. Not much you can do about this now. Nikov still needs some attack upgrades. But he's just gonna flood the eco, hoover around with the Cavaliers, and wreak havoc on those villagers. Time for First Crusade, maybe in 50 pop. So Fort Castle. A couple of towers coming forward for Tato. As Trebs come to hit the tower. No way Nikov would ever lose from here against anyone? I don't think so. Castle should be more forward. Well, I was gonna say he had 300 stone, he could do another one. But no, he used the stone somewhere. Probably another TC. There's a donjon. Tato really trying to hang on here. And I think he's pretty dead at this point. I think the stone from that castle might have been better spent on outposts for Nikov. At this point in the game. He's losing a vill to murder holes. Oh, don't do it, Nikov. Don't lose the vill. Or one silly tower for Tato. Tato still has vills over here. Just Tato things. Tato's a favorite? I would think so. Well, he has 57 vills on gold. I don't think he needs to be selling the stone. But that stable will be denied, and the vills in this area will be cleaned up. Just some palisades, no vills over there. And Nikov now pushing. He has all the map control. And he needs to clean that tower still. Maybe the Cavaliers will be able to do it. Might need to clean the dock. Tato's still fishing, but the fish are very far away. There is the tower. And let's make sure we're caught up to real time. We are. A fight underneath the donjon even. A sergeant being added in. Well, he doesn't have the res for First Crusade, he's just doing Cavaliers. And that donjon being useful in this fight. Here's the attack upgrade for the Cavalier finally. I think I'm going to keep pouring Cavaliers in. He's keep doing upgrades, and at this point, I still don't know what Tato does. And KD really isn't that different, but that'll change as Nikov can keep getting upgrades and get his numbers amassed. So there's a GG, and Nikov will do it with his Sicilians pick on Fish and Fish. A very early pick, and it did lead to a win. Question, as Spaden pointed out earlier, is could he have gotten away with picking Sicilians later on in the draft? Against anyone other than Tato, I'd probably say yes. Maybe players have caught on to how strong they are on this type of map, though. And for the scoreboard, it'll be 1-0 for Nikov. He will have one Fish and Fish. And that will be... Oh, very first picked Japanese against the Sicilians. So both players using a high pick there. Yeah, it's equivalent to Faith as an anti-monk tech. It's not half the price anymore because the price of Faith was reduced. Alright, that was reduced. Sicilians cheesy, they are skirmy. That's maybe the way to describe them these days. Skirmy. They make skirms. Well, that's every civ these days, I guess. And next will be Seychelles. Time for me to get started on this coffee. Alright, so in about 40 seconds, we'll get started with game 2. It'll be Seychelles with Koreans for Tato and Italians for Nikov. To be confused with Seychelles. Yeah. Sally sells seashells by the Seychellian seashore. Let's go Nikov, hello big herb. Capture each time. And game number 2, Nikov once more in the red will be playing as the Italians to the west, and Tato will be playing as the blue Koreans to the east. Starting to lure in that rhino right away, 9ville start, and transport ship start. You do start with the transport on this map. Have to remember not to be housed. And you have this large archipelago of islands, very beautifully textured with different waters and beaches and beach terrains and trees. And relics and crocodiles. All makes me feel all bright and sunny and happy. Then there are some rocks there, but that's fine too. And then there are oysters. Oysters around from which you can gather gold with your fishing ships or your villagers if the vills get next to them. Now sometimes we'll see players using their transport ship to do docks all the way out here and gather from the deep fish. You can also dock in the middle where there are some great fish marlins in the middle. Usually more, just one there. Usually there are a few more. 350 food on the great fish marlin, the most majestic of the AoE2 fish. But you can dock the outside or you can dock the middle. And also some, I guess, depleted oysters dotting the shoreline, can't gather from them. What size is this map? That's a good question. It might be a size larger. Sometimes water maps are one size larger to fit all the water. It actually does feel kind of large now that you mention it. Oh, Nikov, using his transport ship, tried to block the dock location there. I'm gonna take a whack from the villager on the transport, though. I'd need to look at the map script, because in-game it would still say the size selected in the menu. It's 180 by 180. That is absolutely huge. Tiny maps are usually 120 by 120. Now that's why we see the fast castle strategies here. Yeah, usually one size up would then be like 144 by 144. And I mean, the cartographer's 2v2 maps were 168 by 168 for the most part. 180 by 180 is absolutely huge. Just count the tiles. Alright, can we count to 180? I'll need to turn the grid on. Yeah, that is big for 1v1. Gotta up the pop limit to 300 just to fill the map now. I know, even with 180 by 180, there's only one big marlin. You gotta make it 200 by 200. Gotta count line. You want me to individually count every single tile on this 180 by 180 map? And Nikov will be up to feudal first. 19 vills, 22 for Tato. What if it's just 179 by 179? Looks more realistic. The shore, the sand, the hills, you go into the land. You like it? That's what I've been saying. They mix a lot of different trees here, and it looks fun and natural. And I like how they rename the trees. So it just says tree instead of birch tree, or autumn oak tree, or something that would feel unnatural. It's just a colorful tree. So, transport ship landing, we have seen this a couple of times. Nikov will be doing the stable. Tato needs to scout that. Forward stable sounds kind of worrying. We've also seen players going for docks on the outside. And Tato will be searching for fish there. Fish and oysters. Don't know if it's even worth it to tower the golds since you can fish for gold. Don't know how efficient the oysters are. I'll need to play around with them. I've never actually played an oyster map myself. It might be worth checking out. Went to Google Maps and Street View to accurately depict the map and forests better. Nice. This way, when Ornlu does his GeoGuessr streams waiting for games to start, he will know exactly where he is if he ends up on Seychelles. Oysters are faster than gold miners. Oh, okay. Now here come the scouts. Here come the scouts for Nikov. Nikov getting creative here. Starting to take out a villager. There he goes. The villas do have loom. Tato immediately has to quick wall. Gets the lumber camp safe. So here comes forward. I'll have to maybe investigate oysters and do a video on them. So document from Nikov. 24 per hour. What? Per minute, okay. You shocked me there for a second. Yeah, 24 per hour, relic gold would be much better. So Scout's still hoovering around. Archers coming in from Nikov. Nikov relentless with his forward pressure, adding in a range. And those archers will jump the gold. Tato might need to rely on the oysters now for gold. He is the Koreans, so if he does that guard tower defense, by the time he gets to the castle age, we'll have, or does the watchtower defense, by the time he gets to the castle age, they will become guard towers. And fletching on the way for Nikov. Nikov picking the spears with the archers. Only one skirm for Tato. Tato, not enough skirms. Fletching in Town Watch, and Nikov with Town Watch. Prepared for Tato to come forward and do some type of landing. But so far, completely undefended at home. If Tato were to be forward, he could do a lot of damage. But that Town Watch will help. That Town Watch will help scout. And right now, Tato doesn't look like he has any attempt to go forward. He's just struggling to defend his base. 37 to 31 vills. Res collected, pulling far ahead for Nikov. And he's trying to go up 2-0 here. Tato had to be mining stone to get that tower. So in some sense, that puts Nikov even farther ahead in the resources in timing for going to the castle age. Yeah, just reacting here. That forward caught him completely off guard. Map is 180 by 180, and it's apparently still not large enough. Yeah, of course he wants to do damage before castle age hits. But you always have to keep those guard towers in mind. It makes it so that you can't just keep your Vil forward and eventually do a siege workshop follow-up. Because the guard towers do a good job of countering the mangonels. You can maybe have to go for a castle. Or maybe have to mangonel from a different spot. Tato missed the fish with his galleys. Oh, Tato going galleys. But the map, the map is so large you can hide your fish, right? Nikov, all the way out here in the corner of the sea. Defending with a single fire. Also, remember, Tato is now playing a civ that does not have access to demos. And Nikov up to the Castle Age, up to the Castle Age. Tato may be going to win the water now, but I think Nikov's done the damage he needs on land. Blacksmith. And does Nikov still have a forward Vil? Oh, he docked the middle. Nikov docked the middle, too. Needs to manage the fishing ships to go to the deep fish, to that great fish marlin. Maybe they'll finish the box turtle in time and just task themselves there. Oh, there we go. He's adding more docks in the middle, so keeping that forward Vil alive. And then the question is, what does he do when he gets up? Does he just add in TCs and boom with the fish? Does he do a workshop? And pressure Tato, he'd do the workshop and maybe a mangonel while booming. Well, Tato nowhere close to going up to the Castle Age. He had to do, what is this, 6 farmers? Nikov on 0 farmers because he's fishing. The only downside of 0 farmers is your TC can't be garrisoned, so that doesn't actually serve as a defensive point. But the scout for Tato will go down to the villagers, so Tato losing the scout, that hurts. Nikov on water, doing some fire galleys. Might try to amass a couple in the dock, then do fire ship just for water control on the outside. But that might not even be worth it. Might honestly just want to go crossbow with a workshop, and then add in TCs at home. This does look very dire. The market there for Tato, trying to force it up. Nikov clicking bodkin and crossbow as soon as he gets up to the Castle Age. And he... oh, doubt. Market, 97%. Finished. Market goes up. And more towers around here too for Tato. And there's gill nets for Nikov in the middle. You know, he can even dock this side too from home to get access to more fish with better dock positions, like a dock over here. Would be beautiful. Yeah, Nikov can take one fishing ship, just scout all the fish locations, and then decide where to do the follow-up docks. And where's the workshop? There's the workshop. There's the mangonel. And now Nikov just wants to group his army up by the mangonel. Make sure he has a way to defend it. Get a second mangonel out. And this will idle the gold if the villas have to be garrisoned. Where's that mangonel going? Nikov! Nikov, there's a tower there. What are you doing? Okay, I was saying Nikov needed to protect his mangonel. Well, that didn't happen. Well, something finally breaking Tato's way. Destroys the mangonel, clicks up to the Castle Age. Nikov doing the monastery. And so far, did not do any TCs at home, so not getting a bigger villager lead. So free mangonel, and instead of 2 mangonels now pressuring the tower and the gold, Tato able to tower up, and he will be safe. So Nikov at least up in villagers, but he spent all that wood on the workshop, on a monastery, and on mangonels against the Koreans who can guard tower defense. So, yeah, a sloppy opening to the Castle Age though, there for Nikov after everything had gone his way so far. So getting control of the outside water is also good. Tato has a dock there, but Nikov will find Tato's fishing ships with his fire. That is perfect. You'll know Tato has docked on the outside somewhere around here. Just gonna go try to find the dock. And heading for it. Ooh, just missed it, but you'll see it. There he goes, and now he knows the fishing ships are out here. Yeah, right. Losing that one mangonel just gave a big window for Tato to the Castle Age. And, well, he needs a big window because that TC needs to finish researching the Castle Age. Tato has 1 Repairville. I think he'll get there. This mangonel needs some help from Nilly to figure out how to attack the TC. Oh, Nikov, not again. Not again. There he goes. Yeah, he's up to the Castle Age, though. Scout dies. Now it's guard towers for Tato. But he will be losing his TC. Hello, Maxos. How are you doing? Good, and you? I'm doing pretty well today. Thanks for asking. So there goes the TC. Tato trying to do a second, but at least for the moment he'll be on 0 TCs. And Tato did get some archers and skirms forward into Nikov's base. As I said, that TC won't serve as any defense because there are no farms around it. The TCs by the resources will, though. Those can be garrisoned, and now Nikov has to scramble at home to do a defensive workshop. He just needs to get 1 or 2 scorpions out and he'll be fine. No idle TC if no TC. You get something worse, but it doesn't show up in the stats. Okay, so Nikov finding both of Tato's docks. We'll be trying to destroy them. Tato now lots of guard towers at home, clinging to hope. And he's gonna get out rocket carts. Nikov's mangonels going to destroy the market, but as the Italians feels like this is a point where you need to get up, get a fort castle for trebs and cannons to finish off the Koreans, and try to use your cannons before the fully upgraded towers that outrange your cannons come in. So rocket cart versus mangonel. Remember the rocket cart, slight disadvantage because it doesn't shoot all of its projectiles at once. You need to wait ever so slightly for it to shoot the entire volley before moving it. But also the advantage that they're cooler, so you pay more attention to them, and therefore your micro's better. So yeah, there is the Scorpion defense for Nikov. No ballistics yet. But we'll use the Scorpions to clean up these crossbows and skirms. Yeah, or won't even need to do that, as Tato will call the GG, and Nikov will go up 2-0 over Tato. Look at that. Military 29-20. Much higher res collected for Nikov. Faster castle time. Everything working out for him there. That cooler wasn't enough. Wasn't enough. There are already 4 mangoes, and that's after Nikov lost a mango. So on this scoreboard, 2-0 for Nikov. On the maps, Tato losing Seychelles. A map where he thought, well, he maybe had an advantage there. And that was Koreans losing to Italians. Nikov still has Hindustanis left, his #1 pick. And Tato once more will pick the map. Well, I guess the good thing about Tato losing is maybe he can pick Chicken Arena as the next map. I'm hoping to see some arena. And he's picked Chicken Arabia. Oh, I saw chicken and got excited. Alright, there they go, launching into the next game. And it'll be... Okay. Khmer for Tato, not too surprising. But as Tato's using his Khmer pick, take a guess, chat, at what Civ Nikov's gonna play here on Arabia. Just take a guess. Hermes? No. Rome? No. Tato had a nickel for every time he lost using an East Asian Civ to Nikov using an Italian Civ. He would have 2 nickels. He would. Horse Civ? It does have a horse there on the UI. The Georgians? No. It's the Jurchens. I don't know if it's correct to call them a horse Civ. I think they're maybe a Fire Lancer Grenadier Civ. Could Nikov try FC Fire Lancers on Chicken Arabia? Donkey Civ, no Spanish. So, as his YouTube chat's saying, it's a pretty big upset if Nikov pulls this off. He is halfway to pulling it off. He's got 2 of the 4 wins he needs. It's already a pretty big upset. I mean, Nikov hasn't finished anything off yet. Don't go calling this prematurely. We've seen reverse sweeps. Nikov himself reverse swept Lewis the other day. So it's not going to be over till it's over. So we'll have Nikov playing as the red Jurchens to the northwest, Tato as the blue Chimera to the northeast, and these players are really close to each other. Like legit, I wouldn't have been surprised if that was Tato's boar that Nikov just took. They're super close. Whose turkey is that? Why is there only 1 turkey there? How are they this close? What is this map script that put them this close? Circle radius doesn't put players this close. Normal pool, what? How were they placed here? Does DE do this sometimes? Okay. Does normal placement put him this close? Because he's avoiding the corner. What's going on here? No, this is Nilly. Nilly doesn't do the map scripts. This would be Trzini. Which player has the advantage here? Jurchen's Chimera? I have no idea. I have no idea how to play the Jurchens, honestly. They have faster attack and cav, but it feels like they're just a Fire Lancer civ, mostly. Faster attacking Fire Lancers. So, we'll see what they do. I guess both civs probably want to open cav. Hello, Tundra Blitz. Would this be an adminry? I have no idea. That's for Heavenly Cores to decide. I've not looked. I'll have to look at the map script and see what it does to place them this close. Hey, good morning, Tundra. And Nikov, no, the TC's there. Be careful. He's about to teach us how to play Jurchens. I'll have to watch and learn. There is Loom on the way for Tato. And Loom on the way for Nikov. So, no idle time. Both 18 pop up with Loom for Feudal. 17 villagers, 1 scout. Oh, Wolf also feels pretty close too. So Tato will long distance take his chickens. Nikov will mill his chickens. So I do like that there are different options there. Milling versus long distance. And Jurchens may be the civ you'd think to long distance take them, because they don't decay. And let's see, they have, what, 65 food, so Vills take 35 food each. That's 2 Vills per chicken with no decay. And hello, Cheney. Tato? I mean, Tato was probably the favorite. Not in terms of ladder elo, but maybe tournament elo. You think Jurchen is stronger in castle and weaker in early to late imp? Okay. How does Tato wall? He walls around there, and then around here, and he has simple walls in the back. Yep, and I'd probably go in front of the gold instead of to the gold, but he can start to the gold and go forward later. Or he can just not take any gold at all and just go full scouts as the Chimera. There's a gap. Yes, there is. Tato not fully walled. He's a Chimera, though, who can hide in the house if he needs to. You'll notice eventually, right? So he's coming forward with his scouts. What is Nikov doing? Did Nikov... Okay. What is Nikov walling? I guess he's trying to be in front of the gold. Sometimes it's awkward when your gold is so close to a forest that you can't figure out where to place your buildings, because you don't want the forest splitting them. Yeah, and again, no spears for Tatos. He is the Chimera, and he did skip the barracks. So scouts attacking the house. A bit of palisade added in. If Nikov opens Castle Age with HCA, it'll be rough for Tato. I feel like he'll probably open with Fire Lancers, depending on what Tato does, though. You use me normal CA, right? It's the Khitans who have the heavy cav archer. So yeah, mounted units, so they do have faster attack than cav archers. That's basically overlapping with the Mongols, right? Because they are a mounted unit. That faster attacking bonus. So Tatar walling up all the gaps, doing a blacksmith now. Swapping to archers, trying to go for that scout archer combo. Nikov just doing the range now, and he can try to add in skirmishers. And Tato is a Scorpsive. How did Grenadiers do against Scorpions? Do you do the Scorpions impale the Grenadiers, or do the Grenadiers explode the Scorpions? So open CA as Jurchens to do some damage. Alright, so fletching on the way for Tato. He's going to move forward with scouts and archers. Nikov trying to wall himself up, get fully walled if he can. Don't think the walls will come up before the scouts get in, though. Bring a spear over, might need to keep walling with more vills. Spear is going to poke the scouts back towards the archers. Nikov had thrown a couple more vills to wall, he'd have the walls up. But not going to get that up in time, and I think that's just a mistake from Nikov not being walled, and he's going to force up a tower from him. Yeah, and a gap over here so the archers will get in. And that's just not walling in time. He had the spear, he scouted the scouts. And now, huge disruption in his eco. He needs to delete the tower and move it. And he's going to take one big fight with a whole bunch of scouts and try to clear this army from Tato. If he clears the army, maybe this actually is a good thing. Might need to send his own archers into the fight. And he's only lost one villager so far. Lots of chaos and idle time. But this fight happening before Tato had bloodlines for the most part. Now Tato gets the upgrade in though, and he's gonna clear everything. And this is a great fight for Tato. Nikov didn't have the numbers even with the tower. And this might just be GG right here. Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, despite all that, it's only 2 Vil losses. And Nikov getting the archers out. Scouts did not have forging for Tato. Yeah, still feel like once that spear found the scouts, Nikov just needed to pull a few more vills and finish that wall. And did Nikov fight before armor? Because he doesn't have armor, doesn't have bloodlines himself. So all in all, Tato's going to escape, or let more army in. Now, that wasn't as bad as it could have been for Nikov. It almost looked like it could have been good if he cleared all the army without losing vills. But now Tato just can start hoovering around, maybe pressure the berries a bit. Do wheelbarrow himself, and he's up by 1,000 resources collected as Nikov had a ton of idle time during that fight. As far as I remember, Tato had an impressive history against Nikov in tournaments. Yeah, Tato and Nikov were a pretty good 2v2 team even before Tato had joined Tyrant back in the day. I remember that. We had our Escape Gaming Return of the Kings tournament. I think he and Nikov were in the finals against Viper and Doubt. Scouts pathing around. Don't know if he was running in or if Nilly was controlling his army for a moment. The scouts will go for the palisade in the back. And Nikov trying to run in, but Tato walls successfully. Tato up to the Castle Age. And, ooh, potential overchop. Tato realizes, though, and moves the vills. And Nikov nowhere, in all caps, near the Castle Age. Tower goes up, and Tato just about up. And maybe it's a GG once Tato hits Castle. Wolf goes down. And maybe trying to do some damage here. I guess the one thing going Nikov's way is that Tato doesn't really have wood access right now, if Nikov can keep the army here. That's about the only thing he might be thinking of, if he doesn't call it when Tato just gets up. Trying to pick some vills with his archers. Scouts can maybe fight there. Tato doing a great job using the town center. So Tato will bring his scouts over, crossbow in there, finished. Yeah, I mean, Nikov is up by 10 vills, but that's because he hasn't spent time going to the Castle Age yet. Scouts in the stable. And there's a GG from Nikov, as Tato will get himself on the scoreboard, winning Arabia. Will Nikov be disappointed to lose with the Jurchens? I don't know, probably towards the end of his Civ draft. Well, let me go back and check the drafts, but Tato just kind of dominated that from start to finish. One weird walling decision where Nikov didn't get the walls up led to a horrible fight and tons of idle time, and Tato just snowballed it. do we have here? 1 to 2. Nikov still leads. And that was Nikov's first map. Pick Chicken Arabia. I'll lose that. Nikov gets to pick the map now. And that was the Jurchens at the end of the draft, losing against the Chimera that are pretty highly picked. So I don't think, given the Civ draft positions, Nikov will be too upset about that. And hello, Molisako. How you doing? And yes, Chicken Arena will be the next map. Let's go, Arena. Arena. And here we go. Chicken Arena. Alright. Well, no surprise at the Civs here. Hatha with the Bengalis and Nikov with the Burmese. Yeah, Nikov had to take that fight, but I think the mistake was not getting the walls up, like putting himself in that position where he had to take it. Okay, time for the best map, Arena. It does have chickens, so we'll see if we get funnels now. So Nikov will be playing in the red as the Burmese to the southwest, Tato as the blue Bengalis to the northeast, and it is funnel time. Let's go, funnel arena. For Tatito. Immediately funneling in the chickens. More gates, more palisades. Let's go. Oh, don't build the palisade too much, Tato. Don't spend your 3 wood on it. And it's funnel time. Funneling all the chickens. Oh, the chickens don't even know where to go. That one's getting lost. It's gonna run out here, then run back. There we go, there's the boar. Funnel new meta, time to fix. Time to enjoy. Oh, I'm so glad we have the funnels. This is so much fun. This is the funnels are the best parts about the chickens. Yeah, so Nikov is going to try to use his villager to build the houses as part of the funnel. And ooh, I think I don't like this. I don't like this. That's tricky because that stone is blocking like the diagonal where you want to push the chickens. Maybe they'll just walk to the TC anyway. Yeah, he's got this. He's got this. I'll love that this is a thing. I absolutely love this. This is the alternative to deer pushing. And if you haven't seen this, Tayan, you gotta ask yourself, why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? So that's what the chickens do here. You see, they randomly walk around. Sometimes if there's something next to them, they'll run faster. But when they try to path from one side of the gate to the other side, the shortest path then will be through the TC. So they run to the TC, you funnel them to the TC, and you get your food delivered right to your front door. And thank you Stream Element Spot for posting the link to my Factor 75 sponsorship. So if you want food delivered to your front door, you can use my link for a 50% discount. It's like having your own funnel. No, Umbra. This month we're sponsored by Factor. It's the Factor meta. Professional segue. I had one of these where my boar spawned right next to my chicken patch, and I actually managed to funnel the boar right to my TC too. Shameless plug, it's the right time for one of those food sponsorships. Usually I don't do any sponsorship stuff, but they gave me free food. So I was like, let's do it. Only applies. It is only for the US, unfortunately. You're from the US, Baron. Hello, Baron. Rawr. Baron can get food with my link. I am from the US. I live on the other side of the ocean. That's right. I've lived on the other side of the ocean too. In the past. So we'll have feudal age on the way from both players. They've funneled all their chickens in. Successful funnels. The house remains. Does that make us like neighbors? I don't know. We do still have to do a meetup though, since you couldn't make it to medieval times. You need to meet up in like Boston or somewhere in the middle. Alright, so Market Blacksmith for Nikov. He'll be up first. And if you go heavy monk rush from these civs, downside of being the Burmese is that you do not have heresy. And the Bengalis... Oh, they also don't have heresy. Oh, okay, yes, good. Oh, yes. Oh, I forgot that they both didn't get heresy. So, yes. Okay, ultimate monk rush civ. No heresy. They can both just go YOLO monks. And then have a huge monk war. No other units other than monks. Let's go. Paris should be equidistant. Don't you live in France? And then I live in the US. I think that's not quite equidistant, Maxos. I mean, if I were West Coast US, East Coast US might be equidistant. Slight advantage, though, for West Coast. Maybe like San Diego to Maine would be somewhat midpoint for someone in the UK. You think the Burmese monk rush is far stronger? You do have the discount on the monk techs. If you are going pure monks, though, you only need atonement, and then fervor, and then devotion. And with 5 on gold, it does look like monks for Nikov. With 7 on gold, it does look like monks for Tato. So the Bengalis will get their extra vills, the Burmese will have their free wood upgrade, and then also the discounted monk techs. So Nikov will go forward, try to establish his monasteries in the middle of the map. Can meet in the Azores. And we'll have a house right in the middle for Nikov. Two houses going up. So, double monastery. This time Nikov at least going forward, not doing the monasteries within his own walls. We'll see what Tato's not even scouting. He's just in his own arena, just chilling. Is he just gonna assume Nikov's going monks and we'll go double monastery defense? Triple monastery, maybe? Their game where Jordan and Yo had a full monk war. Full monks is the way to play arena. Full monks 100% is the way to go. So monks being trained from the monastery. We'll have a workshop going up in the middle. Yeah, oh, the map scripter in me is seeing these squares of forests. Being absolutely horrified by them. How square it is. The base size. Oh no, Nikov, don't lose your first monk, not like this. No, he grabbed, okay, at least he grabbed a relic with it. So he's grabbed 2 relics, worth losing the monks perhaps. And the advantage of being in the middle of the map is that you do have a leg up in grabbing the relics. Your monasteries will be closer. And you'll have a 3rd monk grabbing that relic to the south. So this is the disadvantage of Tato not scouting. Or of Tato's not scouting. If he had been scouting, he would see on the minimap when the relics disappear. And this monk will bring the relic in towards the monastery. Was he going to drop it in his base? Oh, not going to put it in the monastery, maybe? Maybe he's just slipping around the outside of the forest. So yeah, he will be going Rams and triple monastery defense from Tato. Now the advantage for Nikov is he has the relics. Disadvantage is he has to spend all the wood on the workshop rather than the monastery, so Tato might be able to amass more monks right away. Tato also has more wood for farms, so that will improve his imp timing if he can farm more. Why did he draft Gajars? We'll see where he uses them, then we can answer. Not really sure what I think of Gajars nowadays. The thing that always stands out to me about Gajars would be using them on arena for the elephant push. Ram going for the gate. Monks want conversions on the scout. Monk's gonna get conversions on the monk. Devotion not in for Nikov, so he's gonna run. And this is where you need fervor, so you can run away from the monks and break the line of sight. So this is horrible for Nikov because the monks have not actually... Yeah, the charges never swapped. Tato should probably go for the scout. Oh, Mangonel is out though for Nikov. Look, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. He got devotion in time. Monk's healing, so that monk will stay alive as the scout tries to kill it. Oh, some healing though from Tato. Heals the scout out. Heals the scout up. Mangonel gets the chicken. More monks being converted. I'm looking at the line of sight still. And all the monks for Tato go down. And redemption on the way for Tato. That'll be for converting the Mangonel. If you don't do redemption, the Mangonel can just splatter your monks. And now Nikov can once more start threatening the gate and try to break in. Best of 7. Best of 7. Just repair the ram, make sure the Mangonel's not hitting it. And in terms of relics, Nikov has all 5 of them. So that's about 6 villagers mining gold for Nikov. In terms of relic income. So 12 on gold for Tato. 11 plus 17 plus 6, like 23 on gold for Nikov. So he will have the much better gold economy, for sure. That'll make up for all those Bengali vills that Tato has. Tato has 6 more vills, though, so I guess 6 vills itself is nice. You get a discount equals 5 monk advantage. The ram goes down to the Mangonel. Nikov never repaired the ram, interestingly enough. Or maybe he did and the Mangonel just did enough damage. So there's another monastery, 4 monasteries, fervor on the way for Nikov. He's adding in all the monk techs. No redemption, he might need to do that though. And then no heresy, so that would be all the techs for him in the castle age. There's redemption, so Nikov has all the techs. And this is where you want all your monks start to be hotkeyed. So you can swap them all individually. Mangonel gets a hit there. Now Sanctity is in, so the monks can tank a fight, or can take a hit. Monks will start converting each other. Scout runs in. Now Scout's trying to pick a monk. Is it useful to use the Scout here? I don't know. Monks converting back and forth. This looks good for Nikov. This looks very good for Nikov. And Tato not going for the Scout. Tato's losing all the monks. Mangonelling monks from behind. The ram is there, and the ram is pushing into the monasteries now. And there is the triple G from Tato. Nikov with the Burmese out monks the Bengalis. Chat saying they thought the Burmese monk rush was better. Seems like that is indeed the case. Nikov with the 5 relics, the forward monasteries. I like the approach of grabbing the map control with the relics first. And that's indeed what Nikov did. Gets the relics, gets the win. Look at the stats. This is probably the only stat that matters. The number of conversions, 11 to 7. Ecos were neck and neck, but Nikov, the better monk micro, the better positioning on the relics. What is that? 1,000 relic gold. And we're only 1,000 relic gold. We're only 20 minutes into the game. Why don't you just go Scout Rush against monks? Scouts cost a lot of food and it's expensive. And then Nikov adds in a few spears. And then you gotta deal with the spears, so then you need something else. Not that the Scout Rush can't work against monks, it can. But if you're a monk civ yourself, it's often smoother just to do your own monks too. Not enough skirmishers. Yeah, Nikov is on a roll. Only map he lost was Arabia with probably a bad civ matchup. And that'll be 3-1 for Nikov. Tato losing Chicken Arena. A win for the very last picked Burmese and a loss for the earlier picked Bengalis. So Nikov making use of the back end of his draft. Yeah. Well, actually, Zerky, these days Turks aren't the #1 arena civ that much anymore. I really don't understand why they've fallen off. And it's really just because they've taken one range away from the Janissaries in the Castle Age, so it's 7 instead of 8. But I feel like they have so many options outside of the Janissaries. Downside is they're monks, they're great in the Castle Age and not so good in Imp. Nikov 3-1, that'll be quite an upset if he would win. I think it would be an upset. I don't know if it'd be quite an upset, but definitely an upset. So Bedawins will be the next map. Tato picking that against Nikov. Bedawins, and it'll be this. Oh, this is where Tato's using the Gujaras. Bedawins is the map. We can garrison all the sheep in the mill. Well, the thing is, in highly elo games, for all these maps, we still don't even see Turks picked all that much anymore. It's always Burgundians, or Bohemians. Or even Malay. You don't really see Turks on Arena. Nerf is more for low elo? Yeah, that's probably where you saw the castle drop a bit more. Winner goes to China, yes, Monas, but the winner goes to China. It is Bedouins, it is Bedouins. So Nikov on the verge of getting a trip to China in October. Hello, Scarface Ginger 11. Tato better win Bedouins? Well, he better win everything. Thank you, Fabio, for the follow, and also Dingmap for the follow. Alright, so the map is Bedawins. Nikov in the red. He'll be playing as the Romans. We'll immediately get a TC down to the south. Tato will be in the blue, playing as the Gajurs. He'll be getting a TC up to the north. A couple more houses here. There are no hills on this map, I just noticed. No hills on Bedawins. There are hills on African Clearing, right? Bedawins, of course, was the original map. They remade it and rethemed it to African Clearing for DE, but Bedawins is the OG map. That's what they named this one. Shorefish here have 300 food. For some reason, Bedawins also gives them more food. I don't know why, but it does. Makes it harder to dock. Hello, audience. And it looks like African Clearing. That's because this is the map African Clearing is based on. Are ibexes native to this habitat? I don't think so, right? I don't think so. I'm gonna say no. It should probably be a zebra ostrich map. I'm fine with the boars rather than elephants or rhinos, though. I actually think having slightly less food works well for this map on them. So, Nikov's TC will have all the resources: food, boar, goats, gold, wood, and stone. Somewhat close to the outside, too. On the other end, we'll have Tato getting his TC out here on another lake with some shorefish, chopping some wood. And not the most wood on his TC, but for the most part, it's okay. Ponds are kind of nestled among these trees. As Tato will go to the outside, go for some dragon trees. Tatar win rate in Arena is 16% 1900 plus, which is just, that is a very low win rate, oh gosh. We'll need to look at Arena save win rates, like 2k plus on the ladder. Are there fewer goats than usual? Don't know about that. Maybe they're just distributed differently than they are on African Clearing, because here we have groups of 3. Does African Clearing have them in groups of 1? Maybe it looks like there are fewer because Tato's not taking them, just hiding them in his mill. So add 8 more goats to the map. Nikov has 9 outside his TC. Tato's are just chilling in his mill. So Gajars are pretty darn good for having a smooth eco on this map. You put all of your goats in your mill. Downside is you don't have as much scouting with them. Maybe I shouldn't give ideas for this, because this is a horrible idea. What if we just had the wild chickens on this map? So you could put them in the mill, but then you had more of them than you do goats, and you can still scout with them. That's a horrible idea, because the wild chickens are annoying. But it's an idea. So, good map for Nikov. I think Tato's TC, not nearly as good as Nikov's. Gold and stone are forward, and he has 1 stone in the back, but Tato could struggle to take gold. Definitely could struggle to take gold. House and barracks going up. So there's the barracks and the stable. What if there were quails instead of chicken with even less food and less line? I don't think you can have less line of sight than a chicken. It's one line of sight. 0 just means you can't actually see anything with the unit. Maybe that's how herdables should behave, though. 0 line of sight. You gotta have some other unit get vision of them. Oh, you know what? We could try that someday. Herdables with 0 line of sight. I don't even know how that would behave. We'll have to try it. I think you could hotkey them and still select them in the Fog of War, but maybe they get deselected if you don't have vision of them? Okay, that's on the to-try list of bad ideas. So, full walls from Nikov. He'll be doing a few scouts. Wouldn't be surprised to see just a faster castle from him, though. He needs to delete a wall to let his goats in. And don't leave doubt outside. Let the goat in. There's a range from Nikov. And Solified, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Saw you having fun with your stream titles earlier. Nikov bringing his vills back, too. Oh, trying to gate the scout. Oh, and also hello Epic, hello Grumpy Pirate. Make them herdables and not drones. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the AoE 1 campaign, right? You had the blind lame priest hiding in, he couldn't move, he had no line of sight. Nika, what is that? Oh, that's a cute gate. You'll have a 1-tile passage for it. Lovely. Romans should struggle against Jurs? Or against Chakrams? Well, Scorpions should still be good against Chakrams, but... yeah, you wouldn't want to go Legionaries against Chakrams, that's for sure. What's the difference between this map and African Clearing? So Bedawins is the original map. It was a custom map that they called African Clearing when they remade it for DE. It's very similar and essentially the same concept. DE has, I think, a few more rhinos and some hills on it. This map is basically full desert terrain. I guess there is a bit of a mixture where the outside is desert on top of dirt. So some different stuff going on with the terrains. Tato's map is a bit worse. Well, it's also, you get to decide where your TC is on these maps, right? So Nico put his TC in the bottom. You were hearing better wins instead of Bedawins. I don't know, is it Bedawins or Bedawins? Maybe there is a slightly different way to pronounce it that would be clearer. I've always said Bedouins. Maybe it's more like Bedouins. What is the worst and most inaccurate way we can come up with to pronounce the map name? So lots of scouts and archers from Nikov. He could come around the back of this army from Tato. And Tato's army still is completely, or Tato's base still is completely open. So his army's vulnerable, his base is vulnerable. Nikov just gonna do a market. Bedouins. Bedawins. Bedouins. Bedouins. Oh, you're a lovely chat. Don't think Chakrams are that scary versus Romans. If anything, Romans having 2 melee armor. Oh, you know, that's true. That's true. They have more melee armor against the Chakrams. I guess you need elite Chakram, and then in Imp, the Romans not having the final armor kind of evens it out. Baldwin. How often do we see a fish boom? Pretty much never. You're never gonna dock. Because these fish have 300 food on them, that's even more than African Clearing. So you need to take one fully, and then somehow defend it. And I think the only reasonable way to defend a fish boom is a TC on both sides of it. Otherwise, some type of archer unit just picks off your fishing ships. And you can't really defend it. So, Nikov, 92 KD, nice fight for him. And Tato's gold still kind of exposed. He has so many vills, he had to delete the walls. Nikov just gonna make the scouts useful, go for the house. Malay Harbor Fish Boom. One day I'll have to try that. Maybe that's how to defend them. I don't think there's enough range on the harbors, though, as the fishing ships have to be outside of them. Maybe there is. Anyway, both players clicking up to the castle age right now. The sheep mill for Tato there at the northern end of that pond. Nikov not quite able to hit that. Nikov trying to bring his archers back. Now, Nikov doesn't want to take the fight before castle age. Mill count's just about even. And res pretty similar. Tato slightly ahead. Not sure if the 5% faster is better than the goats. In the early game, the goats are probably better. As the game goes on, the 5% faster eco for the Romans will be better. Not sure exactly when the transition point occurs there. So Nikov wants to pressure the stable. Tato's slightly more archers. And he's so close to the TC that the archer numbers will probably matter more than the scout numbers. If Nikov tries to dive that, he does get a couple of archers, but we'll lose scouts in the process. Archers get the other archer. Did the faster shorefish collection bonus get removed? Yes. You no longer have the Indians with their faster shorefish dominating this map. So Nikov feels like he's losing a lot of his army here just as they both get up to castle, and that'll be losing the archers just before crossbow comes in. But he has some reinforcements to help even up the numbers now. And he'll be going for a university right away, so that's going to be a quick ballistics from Nikov. He's losing some crossbows though around the stone. Pathing a bit.
Salve.
Lino skirms here. They're far enough apart. They kind of had enough scouts out by the time the skirms were trained. Especially with all the shorefish, it's a good eco for scouts. And you're not really going to be aggressive. It's on Nomad maps, your TC's in a good location to defend. So you're in a good position to camp the TC with your archers, and you don't need to take the fights if the skirms come forward. And the skirm's not as good at picking off outlying villagers as the archers are. But yeah, it's probably still room to go full skirm if you want to, but the map is so open and that you're far apart where the skirms have to cross a big distance that the scouts are better at picking them off.
Salve. Impera.
Okay, crossbow going down. Nikov pushing forward, but we already have a scorpion out. There's a scorpion for Tato as the Gajars. Nikov's gonna have to be careful to micro away from that. Okay, crossbows taking down the other crossbows. And okay, now KD is evened up, and it is Shrivamptrider time. So scorpions for Nikov, scorpions for Tato, mangonel out even. Those Shrivamptriders should be great. They'll absorb the scorpion bolts with their shield. Powerful magic to absorb projectiles. And at least the scorpions have ballistics. That won't help too much against the mangonel shots. And Nikov needs to get a mangonel out now to fight the mangonel. So crossbow versus mangonel now. Mangonel's trading shots. And crossbows have to zigzag back and forth. And they'll sit within the min-range of the mangonel to try to pick it off. Try to pick off other crossbows. I'll see if the mangonel can get a shot on the crossbows. Can't quite get it there. Maybe we can get one more as the Shravamsh Riders come in. Where's the attack ground going to be? Right in the middle of the army. Low HP there, but the Shravamsh Riders on the way. It's one more shot, gets a crossbow down. The number's not quite there. It takes a lot of arrows to drain the magic of the Shravamsh Riders and actually do damage through their shield. And then we'll have armor on the way from Tato. Oh, Tato. Is he gonna lure the boar with a crossbow? No, he's just gonna kill it. Kill the boar in the middle. And then TC in the back for Nikov. Well, you can't have a reverse sweep. We already have some mixture games there. Wouldn't be a reverse sweep. You think Bedouins is 10,000 times better than African clearing? I mean, it's very similar. I feel like there's maybe a bit more wood in the middle, at least by the ponds on this map. And maybe there's still room to improve both maps. Crossbows get the vills. Crossbows to take out the Shravamsh Riders. Spear goes down. Crossbow goes down. Manganello gets a hit on some crossbows. Some HP left on it. So Nikov pulling ahead by 10 vills while all this is going on. KD is similar, but Nikov up by 1k res collected. And he's managed to stave off most of this pressure so far. Now he'll be tested with that house. Can wall behind it if he wants to, though. He's going to bring his army over. And if Tato gets trapped here, that's going to be awful for him. Knight coming forward. Crossbows will focus on the Shravamsh Riders there. And Tato's going to lose everything here. He's going to lose absolutely everything trying to pressure into Nikov's base. And now Nikov pulling ahead slightly in the KD. And getting more town centers added in. And the only good thing for Tato at this point is the map presence he has. Controlling a bit more of the map than Nikov, who's walled himself into the corner. And Nikov playing well. Yeah, 15 vil difference indeed. It does feel kind of GG. And I'll have Bowsaw on the way from Tato. Nico on fire today. Hello, Ashley. So Bowsaw on the way. Manganel's coming forward. I think he's 70% GG. You think Nikov is 70% on his way to China then? Manganel's taking out the house. Why is the winner going to China? This is the land qualifier. This is the decider for the qualifier. That's the 3 sets today. 3 best of 7s, and each of the winner goes to the LAN. The last 2 weeks he was only streaming Satisfactory. That's true, I did see him streaming a lot of non-AoE games. Manganello's taking out the mill. Over here we'll have a TC going up for Nikov. Let's see the drone displays. Yeah, it's like a modern Gandalf. Instead of fireworks, you just have a bunch of drones. So bloodlines. Coming in at that stable. Might not even get it if the mangonels take out the stable. It'll be close. Don't mangonel your own crossbows, Nikov. Don't Arjiden. Oh, Nikov, no! Don't Arjiden your own crossbows. Okay, mangonel there for Tato. Can he get a good shot somewhere? He gets both mangonels, and can he also clear the crossbows? One more shot. Okay, he doesn't clear them though. Okay, well that's what Tato needed. He's fallen behind in Vils though, but he needed a good fight on the army. Tato resorts to Gajar's spearman. He's in a pickle. Well, he definitely is in a pickle no matter what. Crossbows coming forward. And another mangonel for Nikov. So how will this mangonel do? It's going to get a good shot on the crossbows. Can it get a second shot? No, it can't. Tato will split. But the mangonel did damage, though. Enough damage that Nikov will push the army back and get another TC up. So that'll be his 5th TC. Nikov on 5 TCs. He's just booming away. He's booming away. And 500 USD for the win? Let me check the Wikipedia page then. As Nilly always tells us. Check Wikipedia. LingYuan Cup. No more than that. It's $500 for 4th through 6th. 1st through 3rd qualifying. It doesn't list what the prize pool is there. I don't know why it doesn't list the prize pool. They just get a dash. Vil goes down. Crossbows come forward. 500. Oh, 500 for the loss. Winner goes to China. So if you don't want to go to China, is it better to lose? Does the winner still get $500? No prize for the qualifiers? Oh, okay. Min prize at land is $1,800. Oh, okay, okay. So it's just a consolation $500. Hey, Minganel. Ooh, crossbows dancing, crossbows dancing. I could have lost this series for $500. Yeah, travel and stay should be covered for the players. Not gonna have to travel to China by themselves. So Tato, well, there he wants a forward castle. Hoping for a forward castle. He's on 86 Vils, so at least he doesn't have a small number of Vils, but still a huge lead for Nikov as he's getting a nice crossbow raid on the side. Tato wants a forward castle, and maybe this will be his last chance to do something. Handcart on the way for Nikov. 3k more resources collected, and he's really pulling ahead. Yeah, Minganel's hitting the Vils. Oh, good castle from Tato. I'm worried though that Nico can just go up to his own castle and trip it down. Yeah, he sees the castle now. He definitely sees the castle now. It's on his face. Yeah, but there's Imp. Imp for Nikov. He just needs a defensive castle and Trebs, and he should be okay. Would this be his first land since NAC4? Minganel goes down. Is this... Oh, Nikov, no, don't put Imp in this TC. Don't put Imp in this TC. No, 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 put it in this TC. This is the Imp TC under fire by the castle. No. Well, Tato wants another castle on the right. And if there's one way for Nikov to lose this game, it's his Imp TC being destroyed. No. Don't do it, Nikov, no. And the TC's being destroyed faster than Imp comes in. Will he realize this? Those Vils not repairing. Will he realize this? Okay, he's not going to realize that he's fighting on the right. He's going to go for a counter castle. He will get this castle up first, but his imp's going to be denied. His imp will be denied. Will this castle go up for Tato? This will be close, but this might be a doubt castle. This might be a doubt castle. 99.71%. Hero villager, hero villager. No! Doesn't get the castle up. At the same time, Nikov's Imperial Age, 70%. But this TC almost down. The tower, though, is going to focus on Tato's, or on Nikov's army. He has a knight over there. Some Shravamp riders coming in. And Nikov, he realizes it. He can't... Wait, no, he doesn't realize. He cancels Imp. He cancels Imp and puts it in another TC. So Imp is good as denied. And the Imp TC will... What was the Imp TC will go down. So he realizes his mistake and moves it to another TC. But at the same time, Tato did a doubt castle. Nikov able to do his own counter castle. Oh, one more villager. Hero villager on the way. Can he make it? Can he make it? That guy's on a mission. No, he doesn't get it either. Almost, so close. Needed one more hit. One more hit. So, elephants coming forward. Well, remember, that foundation is still there. It's not destroyed yet. Tato can still push with the elephants. And Tato still has all of the map control on this map. So where is Nikov taking gold? He has gold in the back, so he's fine on gold so far. Okay, he has 2 gold mines, so he's good there. Double workshops there. He's parading a relic around. I think this is mostly walled now. Tato just needs to, like, siege tower 10 villas to finish that. Now, Tato, he's ready for another castle drop. He's dropping over here. Nikov doesn't have the stone to stop that. At least Nikov has an area where he can make trebs now. Tato pushing. Tato down by 40 villas, but he's still pushing. Never hotkey select all TC. I select all TC for queuing villas, but I always manually use go to TC to select a TC when going imp. And I never select all TCs for going imp. Now that's a recipe for disaster. Select all, but no. Don't check after you click. Check at the start. I'm going for the Mangnell as the Shramp Riders come forward. And I'll destroy the ram. 65 vil lead for Nikov. Now 55 vil lead for Nikov. Now the trebs are out for him, and he's about to treb down that castle and make his way to China. And GG, muy bien, jugado, en hora bueno, pasalo bien en China, smiley face. That's my attempt at Spanish. So Nikov will win 4-1. GG from Tato. And despite the Imp TC almost having a bit of a Titanic there, Nikov will hold on to win. 50k to 40k res collected, pulling ahead with the Romans over the Kajurs. Tato could not pull it out other than on Arabia. Fluent in Spanish confirmed. Well played, have a good time in China. That's why we have chat to translate for us. So congrats to Nikov. He is qualifying for the LAN. Qualifying for the LAN. Let's give him his win on the scoreboard. 4-1. He qualifies. That is a win on Bedawins, his home map. Finally someone winning a home map. And that was Romans over the Gajurs. And Tato using his full first row of civs for that. Nikov not even going to Hindustanis or Georgians. He ran in and spoiled you. Oh boy. You could have spoiled us in the chat then, Ashley. You didn't run in and give him some Irish coaching tips on that TC? Well, anyway, the next set's going to be ACCM versus Sebastian. I don't see a draft yet, so that's supposed to start in 21 minutes. That's going to start at 14:40 GMT. That's an exact start time for us. So, Nikov, think about this. Yesterday, he was down 0-2 to Lewis. Had to reverse sweep Lewis to start the day yesterday, and now here he is. 4-1 over Tatito. So the Doritos will not be making their way to China, at least not through this qualifier. Nikov makes it. And coming up next, we'll have ACCM Sebastian and then Barles versus Hart. So it looks like ACCM and Sebastian are going to start drafting. So at the ACCM versus at Sebastian. What is Sebastian's Twitch name? Is he Sebastian AoE? Let me look that up. Does Wikipedia have a link to his Twitch? Yes, it does. There's a link to the YouTube too. Sebastian 2002 is his name. All right, let me link him in the title. And we'll just get the drafts all set up. And just as I'm getting this set up, I'll run an ad on Twitch to reset the pre-roll timer. So thank you all for tuning in. And again, if you want to watch without the ads, we have the YouTube stream running in 4K. So give some love to YouTube. The dates of the LAN are dangerously close to a family member's wedding. You might have just lost your date to the wedding. Oh no, the horror. You should have ran in and sabotaged him. Unplug the internet. Start downloading tons of files, just to make him lag. Nikov is on fire at the moment. He is. That sounded perfect to your non-Spanish ears. Oh, wonderful. All right, and now let me tag these players on YouTube too. Sure everyone's tagged in the titles properly. There we go. And map draft, civ draft. Here we go. And thank you, Gamer Legion, for the raid. Thank you, Nelson and Doubt, for the raid. Nikov won. Nikov did win. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, thank you, Nelson. Alright, so ACCM versus Sebastian. Nikov won our first set. Welcome everyone from the Gamer Legion stream. Tato will have to play in the next qualifier next round if he does want a chance at qualifying. The Nelson stream is exciting. It's 2025, Ashley. It's the year of the Skirmisher, the year of the Cav Archer and Scorpion, and the year of the Nelson content creation. And hello, Crispy Bacon. So Fish and Fish will be the first map. Lots of Fish and Fish game number ones these days. ACCM's home maps will be Ring of Reeds, Seychelles, and not Nomad. Sebastian will have Acropolis, Chicken Arabia, and Bedawins. No Chicken Arena. No funnels, unfortunately. Who is my favorite? That's a good question. What does chat think? ACCM Sebastian, give me your predictions. Heat makes the houses feel like they're on fire. You have a hammer. You can hit your house and put the fire out. As long as you have some wood. ACCM 65%. Let me look up their matchup data, actually. Matches on Sebastian's Wikipedia page, anyway. That's Matt. Or head-to-head. That's what I want, head-to-head. Opponents ACCM. Here we go. Run the query. And series count 50-50, 1 loss. 7 game total, 7-5 in favor of Sebastian. So maybe Sebastian a slight favorite. ACCM won the NAC 5 qualifier. Sebastian won in Warlords 3 in the qualifier. Be favored due to experience. Or maybe Sebastian should be favored due to youth. It seems like chat's going ACCM. Who is Sebastian? Young South American player. Who's had some very promising results. Doesn't quite have the consistency at the top of the tournament ladder, though. Tournament ladder, is that the right tournament scene, maybe? And Max Cool, thank you for the follow. Turn your air conditioning all the way up to max cool. ACCM is the favorite because he's the one you heard of. Sebastian was the winner of that Sax Arabia tournament last year, which I think was probably the most impressive tournament win last year. Just the good old Arabia, no gimmicks or anything. Still want to know what ACCM stands for? I have no idea how he came up with his name. As far as I know, it doesn't stand for anything. Did playing Satisfactory for 13 days straight have any effect on Tata losing 4-1? Maybe Tato's plan was just play Satisfactory so he could win the $500 from this qualifier, and then play again to qualify next week. I think Nikov practiced with both of them. A cute cuddling man, according to Dave. Is that his ACCM description? I think that describes ACCM pretty well. He's very huggable. Whoever pays the plane tickets is rooting hard for ACCM to be the one going to China. A cute, cuddly man. That describes it. Well, his very first pick will be the Chinese. Appropriate if he does want to go to the Chinese land. Hello, Soxy. How you doing, Soxy? Yeah, I mean that is the downside to having prize pools for multiple qualifiers, right? You could always try to come in second for all the qualifiers and qualify at the last one to maximize your prize pool winning. But I think actually qualifying, though, is usually better than attempting that. It is a World's End sponsored tournament, so I assume Nilly would monitor and ensure that the flights are taken care of properly. He's fixing the pathfinding, so he's going to make sure that all the flights follow the right paths, too. Nikov, no, Nikov is in Italy right now. He's in Italy right now. Sebastian's not in Argentina. He's close, though. He's from Uruguay. Does Nikov live in Italy? Currently, yes. Is better Andy or Sebastian? I think Sebastian probably has a higher peak. Andy, I think, has probably played a more wider variety of settings from what I've seen of him. Admin Brand sniping Lithuanians and Byzantines. I've actually been enjoying not Nomad as a map. I think it's an interesting concept. Maybe what we need is not land Nomad, where you don't start with the TC, but you start with a lumber camp. How do admin bands work? They are random. They're called admin bands. I think that's a bad name for them. Heavenly Chorus, he's the admin. He is not sitting there deciding which civs he wants to ban. It is just random. He's in charge of the travel. No. That's not the path the plane will take. Am I sure? I'm very sure. I've set up the captain's mode many times. What is the point of not Nomad versus Nomad? I have no idea. But they used a special version of a map that's like Nomad. Maybe it's a bit more fair. I don't know. Are we sure they're true random, not pseudo-random? That's true, they're probably pseudo-random. Falling Star Official, thank you for the follow. That's a good question, though. I wonder what randomization algorithm they're using for the civs there. And Strikip, thank you for the follow also. Yeah, indeed, not Nomad has fixed TC locations. It's like Nomad, but you start with a TC and a dock. Yeah, as far as I know, there's no on-site English stream for the LAN. So I'll be casting from Jersey, Mem from Spain, Tristan from Florida, Dave from Canada. Anarchy Online, thank you for the follow. The algorithm removed your elephant civs in the random bands, no Khmer. Just the Khmer and elephant civ there. What civ will ACCM play on water maps? Portuguese are his only real draft there. I mean, there's only one water map, right? Or Acropolis has the fish in the middle, right? Yeah, I think it does. At least Ornlu will not be alone. Oh, poor Ornlu. Hey, Ornlu did go to the Grand Melee. I guess he paid for himself because he was there anyway. But he did go there. Where in China will it be? Let's see if Wikipedia tells us. Let's see if Wikipedia tells us. Click on the main event. Oh, it says it will be in Beijing. Where exactly in Beijing? I don't know. Maybe the tournament has a handbook with more details. That's what Wikipedia tells me. Yeah, you have next weekend off now that he qualified. So Burgund needs another pick for ACCM, Malians, Tatars for Sebastian. So as far as water maps are concerned, Dravidians, Italians, even Malians, possibilities for Sebastian. Berbers a possibility for ACCM. I think Berbers are interesting for Seychelles. And he's picking Sicilians towards the end of the draft. Now, we saw Nikov use them on Fish and Fish very effectively. Donjon plus Skirm. ACCM could very well use them the same way. It looks like Dave in T90 finally woke up. Ornlu from Chicago? He's not from Chicago, but he's from Illinois. He's near Chicago. Went to college in DC, but is currently living in Illinois. I'm still hoping that one day we'll get a USA LAN. We had the Hidden Cup meetup, but that of course wasn't a LAN. And then the final pick will be the Way for ACCM. He also has the Khitans. Could be a good Arabia Civ. Gujar is there for Sebastian, could be again used for Bedawins. Romans could be too. I guess the 5% faster villager bonus is now the only faster shorefish bonus, so it makes the Romans pretty viable on Bedouins. Chinese, though, should be insane with their +3 vills. He's gonna sleep until he saw the Way picked. USA LAN. I mean, there's no way we'd ever get all visas for all the players for a USA LAN. But we can dream, Death Counter. We can dream. Is China 3ville better than Malay bonus? On Bedouins, absolutely. Because what happens with the Chinese, since you have the shorefish, you build the TC, and then you do loom, and you actually don't even need to do loom, because while you're building the TC, you can do a mill, since it's a 9-vill start. So basically you do a mill with one of your groups of 3 villagers, one of your group does the TC, and then a second group joins up with one of the groups on the TC. So by the time the TC goes up, you have the food to start producing vills. Maybe Microsoft could push for the visas? I don't know what power they have. I don't know if the Age of Empires team within Microsoft has the ability to push Microsoft to push for visas. So it looks like ACCM is hosting the lobby, and it'll get started soon. Looking at their operating system, seems like AoE has to be the priority. Assume American land is about the most expensive possible? Yep. Especially if you're going to put it in a large metropolitan area. I mean, you could do an American land in, like, the rural middle of nowhere. And that might be cheaper. Host in Jersey and pack in my house? I mean, I did just have a medieval times meetup. I mean, Jersey would be cheaper than New York City. Imagine that, we have a New York City meetup, but we have to house all the players in Jersey. Host a tournament in Sri Lanka or something. We're on the beach. There was a land in the Maldives back in 2015. There's a very shady organizer. But it did happen. Doubt was there. No, T90 wasn't around back then. Okay, so they have launched the game. The match is played on a non-standard game version. What? Oh, I failed to download match content. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. I launched. Anyway, I'm just going to clear the ads during the spec delay, and we'll go. Okay, so I'm a bit worried that DE said I failed to download the match content, but we'll roll with it. And hope that we load in. Yeah, Nelson stole Crip's bag in the Maldives. That is an event that happened. And here we go. So, what colors shall we put the players in? I don't think cyan versus blue is that visible. We'll put Sebastian in the red. So we'll have Sebastian playing as the Red Romans to the northwest, and ACCM playing as the Cyan Sicilians to the southeast. I mean, shouldn't Rome encompass Sicily at some point? Are these the same civ? Will we see Legionaries versus Sergeants? Should we call ACCM the Normans instead? Because that's what the civ is actually supposed to represent. Anyway, so Fish and Fish is the map, although this version is not Fish and Fish, it's Fish and Turtles, as we have box turtles in the middle. Fish on the outside, players can dock should they wish. And lots of box turtles here for the middle. So Sebastian immediately goes for the mill in the middle, will mill before the lumber camp and chop some stragglers, so he's got a build prepared for this. ACCM will do the lumber camp and he'll go to dock. Not going to pick up the sheep. Because the campaign for Sicily in game is actually, you're the Normans moving to Sicily, basically. So we'll have a dock here for ACCM. So no shorefish by the docks. If you're going to fish, your villain has to walk out to the deep fish, which is possible because it is shallows. But you can't dock in the middle of the shallows, only on the shoreline. Now, wall the villager in, although if you're fishing then the villa has to be exposed. No loom. So you could just go back. Have the goat for Sebastian scouting the shoreline there. As he is taking the 2 rhinos under his TC, we'll see how quickly he wants to click up, as he does have 3 vills out on those box turtles. And now it's done a lumber camp with 4 on wood. So dock versus mill builds for these players. Have to be careful of the crocodiles. Both players going to engage in a scout fight. And who will win this? Sebastian trying to find a hill, so ACCM will disengage. And villager coming forward again to the middle for Sebastian. Sending more vills, so he'll have 6 in the middle. And loom for both players at the exact same time, and they're both going to click up 19 vills by the looks of it. Well, Sebastian will. ACCM doesn't quite have the food for it. He might need to do more vills in the Dark Age. Okay, maybe he's there. Maybe he's there. 477. And there he's up. So 4 seconds of vital time for ACCM. But he does have the dock and a fishing ship, and he'll get a second fishing ship out. We'll see. He has the wood right now for a 3rd, but he might want to save that for a barracks instead. Actually, he'll use it for a mill if he sends vills to the middle now. And if it does become a skirmore, Sicilians will, of course, have the advantage with their damage resistance in the skirmore. And Donjon, Dark Age Donjon, controlling the middle for ACCM as he adds in the middle behind it and can take some box turtles. There's 20 plus build orders could make a comeback. I kind of do too. I feel like the Dark Age has become maybe too easy, too optimized, to the point where it's you're more punished for not doing everything perfectly. And in some sense, all the so-called quality of life features they've added kind of make the game actually harder to play because it's more important that you're using all of them properly now. A bit more to learn too, with all the different buttons you gotta press. Nikov 1 Sovereign. Nikov 1. Okay, 7 to 6 hit points. Ooh, 2 to 1 hit points, and Sebastian will just win. And that's great because now ACCM will not scout the militia until they're right on top of his gold, but he does get the quick wall in time. Scout won't be able to block and stop quick walls because of how low its HP is. ACCM not even going to bother garrisoning to try to shoot that scout, it'll just run past. And the men-at-arms are in to try to teach ACCM a lesson, but the sergeants are there to try to teach Sebastian a lesson. Sebastian going for a tower in the middle. 3 sergeants there forward though, and might not deny the tower, but at least we'll get some HP off of the Vild and then can just fight the tower. And then Crocodile going to go for the villager. Ooh, that tower getting some nice arrows on the sergeant. Crocodile doesn't get the kill. Sergeants have to get back. They can maybe hide in the donjons to heal. And they'll be forward to raid from Sebastian. And remember, they can themselves build the donjon. So you get 4 or 5 of them, could plunk one down in ACCM's base. And ACCM, he went for a forward dock, and he's going to get fire galleys there on Sebastian's fish. Doesn't have any fish yet himself, but he will be getting fire galleys on the fish. And forcing the fishing ships away. Archery range up for Sebastian, and the sergeants run around the back.
Salve. A vostro servizio.
And we'll have a house going up there for ACCM, as he's going to keep trying to wall himself off. So, defensive archer against the men-at-arms, range done at home, not in the middle, and now it's skirm time. Sergeant's attacking the wall, still no more stone for ACCM, but he's just moving to it now. 3 vills on stone. He'll be moving over towards that mining camp. And there he goes. Not going to long distance mine. You could long distance mine 50 stone for a second donjon. That's always an interesting build, too. Second donjon or tower can require a long-distance mine without the mining camp. And on the water, Sebastian has... or ACCM has lost everything, as Sebastian has come forward. I think I might have mixed up the players when I said the docks there. That's Sebastian going for the forward dock. ACCM was the one fishing. I don't know why my mind did that. ACCM's always playing the cyan on water maps. So Sergeant's hype. And I'm sure ACCM would love to get a donjon over here somewhere. He has the stone for it now. But lots of men-at-arms even. Men-at-arms will lose to the sergeants in feudal, but... because the sergeants have 2 melee armor there. The threatening part will be the Castle Age transition. So men-at-arms skirms for Sebastian, Sergeant skirm for ACCM, and ACCM is going to look to get a second donjon up in the middle. Maybe a bit too far forward though, not fully covered by the back donjon even with fletching. And Sebastian will send vills forward, ACCM will delete that, and right now won't get, there you go, has to mine a bit more stone to get the second one. And that's a lot of forward vills. Alright, forward vills from Sebastian, but garrisoned donjon from ACCM. He's going to try to take the fight underneath the donjon. And he has a lot of garrison vills getting shots on the men-at-arms. But the men-at-arms here, pushing the sergeants back. They do have armor now, and with the armor, they should actually win if ACCM doesn't invest in his own upgrades. ACCM, though, he has the ability to repair, and he can repair with those villagers. Has enough space to repair as he keeps getting out more sergeants. And as he repairs, he can garrison. And ultimately, Sebastian won't be able to take the donjon down. Did cause a lot of idle time, though, for ACCM. ACCM still slightly more res collected. More skirms here. You get enough skirms, and the skirms will kill the sergeants for you. Sergeants want another tower forward, another donjon forward. This time, more wisely, I think, placing it under the protection of the first, but it will require a third donjon should he want to hit the box turtles here. Fireship taking out the Vil on the water. Expect the Don. Expect the donjons. As ACCM's getting back on the water now with his fires. Sergeants will get this donjon up along with the villager, working together. The sergeant's basically the Norse infantry from AOM, copy and pasted to AoE 2. That was almost pretty bad, but the repairs on the donjon were enough to make it pretty decent for him, all things considered. He's up by 8 eco units now. And you get into the Skirm War where we've learned Sicilians OP with their resistance. Can they repair? I believe so. Yeah, right. That's the thing. They were fighting under the donjon, and he was able to focus the men-at-arms with it. That's really tricky to micro from Sebastian, because you would need to stay within the murder hole's range the entire time, and with that many units, you can't really micro that.
Salve. Tibi Serpio.
Until it goes down, skirms will keep skirmishing. And water control from ACCM. Yeah, now that the men-at-arms are dead, he can turn it into a skirm game. Well, even if the men-at-arms are alive, eventually you turn it into a skirm game anyway. Now, look at how much damage they do. Men-at-arm doesn't counter skirmishers. And you get to 10 skirms and you kill the men-at-arms quite enough, then you get to like 20 skirms and you devastate the men-at-arms. It's only 45 hit points, so what, 23 skirms kills them in 2 volleys. Yeah, more Sergeant play than we had in Nikov versus Tato. And it did work out for Donjon control over the middle, and there'll be more mills now for ACCM as he's the one with vills remaining. He can also send vills or sergeants at some point to knock down that tower, but I think he's first worried about going up to the next stage. Around 700 more resources collected, and he'll be taking out the dock. So full big fish control from ACCM on the water. Oh, a couple of men-at-arms getting a vill kill in his base had to do a defensive donjon to keep him away. Now that will be a very good donjon for keeping his base safe. Has to worry about over-chopping on the front maybe, and he is getting with skirms now on Sebastian's woodline and his berries. So Sergeant going to prevent the quick wall and get 2 weak villagers. Ooh, that village just surviving on 1 HP. He will get back to the TC. Sergeant's not enough attack there to finish him off. There's a house going up as the skirms come over. And Alea Yanavar, thank you for the follow. Let me know how to pronounce your name. Welcome to the stream. So we'll have Castle Age for both, but clicked first for ACCM. And now more men-at-arms. Men-at-arms from Sebastian, getting everywhere. I'm just going to sit there and attack the mining camp. Yeah, and as I said, the overchops here on the woodline, devastating for ACCM, had a hole between the houses on the hill too. And he's going to have to go for that back woodline and abandon the stone for the moment. Doing armor for his sergeants. I mean, they'll be very well armored by the time they get up to the Castle Age, since they'll get extra armor, both from that and then natively from the Castle Age. And just basically like the Eagle Warrior, they get a boost from Feudal to Castle. Or analogous to the Dark Age to Feudal Age Scout. I've never actually played Magic. That's a fantasy creature, who knows how to pronounce it. Whenever I see the double L, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to make like a Y sound for it. And whenever I see a W, I feel like I need to pronounce that like a V. That's the German-speaking part of me. So now we see how well armored the sergeants are, 2+1. They'll get the next chainmail armor in, and be 2+2 for 4 armor. So skirms will do only 1 damage to them, and now they have 75 HP, so a bit tankier versus the skirms. And they'll be trying to get a donjon up right in the middle of this economy. That's gonna hit so much. Men-at-arms coming forward. Skirms will do 1 damage to them, but that 1 damage adds up over time. Will this donjon go up? Sergeant's still trying to fight for it. And we're going to see longsword clicked right away from Sebastian. Alright, doing some longswords. The thing about the sergeants is they can't quick wall. They can't just pull a palisade out of their back pocket like the villagers can. Maybe it's pronounced the Welsh way with a kind of phlegmy K. Oh, I guess Tolkien's Elvish was based off of Welsh in some ways, so maybe. Okay, more sergeants coming forward, and they're going to try to finish the donjon. And they even can camp the base of this tower, knock it down. And they have 2+. Does Gambesons, is that available, and does it apply to sergeants, militia line, and fire lancers? I guess not. And there's a GG from Sebastian as ACCM with the Sicilians again. Sicilians on Fish and Fish, winning. And that's 56 to 29 KD. Economy much better for ACCM. Technology faster to the Castle Age. And maybe things looked a bit scary when he lost his fishing ships. But getting back on the water in combination with winning that fight in the middle when Sebastian went for the big push will give him the win. And GG, get your GGs in the chat. There's 1-0 for ACCM, and again, the qualifier of this match will go to the land in China in October. There's a win for ACCM. It's a very low-picked Sicilians. Against, what was that, the very first picked Romans? So Sicilians OP. Dark Age Donjons. Players are able to cook with them. And the next map will be Chicken Arabia. Chicken Arabia. So in terms of ladder elos, ACCM the slight favorite. 2798 against 2706 for Sebastian. Is there any chance of a win? Of course there's a chance of a win. If you mean in the series. Maybe you posted that in the middle of the game. I just didn't read it in time. And hello, Humor Me. On the YouTube chat, how are you doing? More environmentally friendly to get him. I guess it will be a shorter flight. What a nice calm stream. Hello, Anarchy. Hope ACCM plays the way. Show us the way. It'll be Arabia. Should be just loading in. And here we'll get the colors the same as last game. So ACCM will be playing as the Cyan Khitans to the west, Sebastian as the Red Tatars to the northeast. And, well, Cav Archers, Step Lancers for both civs, maybe. I'll see if ACCM's able to cook with some pastures, going after Lord's Bora right away. Bills can garrison the TC and shoot the Bora once, twice, and nicely taken right on top of that initial turkey. You can take both and finish them off. Go for the lumber camp and start walling off with a house. Main gold kind of below the TC for ACCM. Stone is forward, gold to the top of the TC. So chickens all the way in the back. You could wall up and then try to take the chickens. And if you have Deja Vu, that would be if we get hybrid maps. So nice thick forest, two woodlines combining themselves at the front of Sebastian's base. This does look to be a 3 woodline Arabia in terms of 3 woodlines for the players, fairly close to their TCs anyway. ACCM is double the Quar? What, is that an unfinished sentence, or is Quar a word I'm unfamiliar with? In some context. It's like double the midichlorian count. So many hills around their base. You get the Tatar pick. Yeah, so we do have a circle of hills around the player bases. That's what DE's Arabia tends to do. Circles of hills around their bases. So that's what the Tatar pick will be nice for if you get the extra hill bonus. So chickens for everyone. 8 chickens out here for Sebastian. Love the front wood line generation. Is quite wallable for him. Very thin though, so wherever he chops wood, crossbows when you get to the castle age, or even cav archers probably shoot over it. Especially crossbows though with their range. Don't think the Khitans probably want to go particularly for crossbows though. And their step lancers are just so good and their eco so smooth for it with the pastures. Loom on the way. And there'll be loom for both players. As Feudal Age now comes in for ACCM. Trying to get every last sip of coffee out of this Dunkin' cup. Put the cup to the side so I stop fidgeting with it. So faster Feudal from ACCM, 18 pop up. Does he have loom? Yes, he does. Sebastian will be up on 20 pop. Did I say 18 pop? 19 pop. 20 pop for Sebastian. Sebastian does indeed have loom himself also. And he'll be taking his back wood line, starting to wall up there towards the gold. Double the quarterfinal appearances in S and A tiers than any player outside the top 4 since DE. Alright. Top 4 I'm assuming is Hera, Viper, Leary, Yo in some order. ACCM also plays in like all of the tournaments. Like A tier, B tier, even C tier, you always see him playing. So wall's going up, barracks there for Sebastian. Is Viper still top 4? I'd say so. I'd say so. And maybe I'd even put Yo ahead of him these days, but he's definitely still top 4. So mill on the berries for ACCM. That'll be the second mill after the chickens. He's got one more chicken corpse to take there. And it's just going to be a scouts opening. And we'll see scouts opening also from Sebastian. So scouts from both. Spears from Sebastian as he's walling himself up. We'll be walled to the edge of the map, doing a bit of a palisade behind there. Has a straightforward wall to the other side too. Alright, Leary's. I'd say Leary's probably number 2 right now. I think he's probably a clear number 2. So walls coming up here for Sebastian along the side of the map. Scouts for ACCM will keep hoovering around a bit. And he's just going to do pastures around the TC. And also, you can just kind of fit the pastures wherever you want in the back of your base. You don't need to mill for them. So however you wall, as long as you have space, is basically Chimera Farms. So we'll see the houses going up. Spears will force the scouts away as the villa does more walls. I don't get why they don't need a mill. Yeah, I think probably needing the mill might have been a better design, because you already have the Khmer farms that can be placed anywhere. They didn't really need to repeat that bonus. And the extra building in the middle just messes up your pathing and makes them so awkward to place. Maybe just get rid of the building and have the vills work on just the farms without that. Might make them a bit, and require the mill, might make them a bit more sound of a building. Yeah, Viper is invited. He doesn't have to do the qualifiers. So fight on the hill, but better hill control for Sebastian there. He'll start the engagement better. So still 0-0 on the KD. Players just walling and booming. No one really taking a good fight with the scouts. Not trying to be too aggressive just yet. More pastures for ACCM. And I think the Khitans probably are happy to play kind of a passive game and just wait for their pastures to pay off. We do have domestication in. So that is extra food on the pastures for ACCM. Yeah, also just the massive blob on. That's just capture age though. In-game it's better. I mean, maybe one day capture age will have a budget to hire staff again and fix that. Blacksmith there for ACCM. And fletching on the way, he'll be doing fletching. I don't think $5 a month is going to change their financial prospects when their Microsoft budget is cut. This Doge is fat. So Jaguar being hunted down by the archers as Sebastian tries to get back. ACCM will bring the scouts forward. He is forging. Maybe we'll try to poke a hole through the wall somewhere, but Sebastian should be able to wall. No range support just yet. And at that, only 2 skirmishers. Let Bazi have vacation time. Make vacationing. Oh, wow, that house actually might go down. That house does go down. Okay, so finally we're going to have a Vill kill. 1 Vill on the outside, but Sebastian manages to wall behind. Oh, with forging. That was actually very scary with how quickly they went through the house. Okay, so something being cooked with the step lancers there. So you don't have to say the Jaguar with extra speed and damage compared to the Wolf. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. So there's that Jaguar going down. And Castle Age clicked first for Sebastian. Res collected pretty similar. We'll see if ACCM pulls ahead along with the rest of the pastures. You know, there was one idea for a farming bonus I saw. It was a Reddit idea from, I guess, probably a couple of years ago now. But I really liked it. And it was, if you remember the Realms mod, that had 2x2 farms, which were smaller. And since the farms were smaller, they were a bit more efficient. The vills didn't have to walk as far to go drop off food at the TC and go back. They were a bit more compact, so you could fit more of them in an area and defend yourself. The idea I saw was 3x2 farms that you could rotate, like you can rotate gates. So you could place them in either orientation, and then you could decide where you want to place them, and how you want to place them. I think that'd be an amazing bonus. Double the stats from range blacksmith. If we ever get double the range from fletching, that Civ will dominate every single game. Hello, Filter Coffee. How many sets are there? 3 sets today, gaming keyboard. 3 sets. This is number 2. Does that mean that one guy has to place all the farms for his team? I mean, that's still kind of true for any farming bonus, right? Like the Teutons can do the farm sling. I guess you can't steal farms in the current patch, but when that's fixed, then maybe. Your random Tetris figure farms, that's the next stage bonus. regular farms and auto farm placement. Yeah, I guess you'd have to get rid of the auto farm bonus, or the auto farm mechanic for that bonus to make sense. But I mean, you should do that anyway. So Spear pokes down the scouts as the skirms get back. I feel it's so violent when the structure in the middle of the pasture just crumbles when the pasture is expired. It's just look at that. Like it feels like you're punished for finishing the pasture when it should just be a natural part of your economy. It's so violent. Don't have a civ with no access to bodkin, like double fletching range then no bodkin. That'd be crazy. Yeah, exactly. You try to place a farm, get a random shape, you have to rotate it, and then you can't place it until you've, or you can't do more farms until you've placed it. That'd be a fun game mode. Yeah, or like a farm that you can't place in the same spot until you research crop rotation.
Hazır.
So crossbows taken out by the skirms.
Emriniz. Emriniz.
Crossbows forced back. Maybe that could be a thing, like rebuilding a farm on top of the same location gives you less wood, or less food on the farm when it runs out. And then crop rotation undoes that, so it's the same food over and over. Well, Britons just have their own extra range, right? And that doesn't start in feudal. That starts in the Castle Age. So it's only +1 then +2. And then it's Yeoman, that's a very expensive tech that gives them the +3. So rocket carts from ACCM now is the Catons. Tank's a bit of a mangonel shot there, has to be repaired. So skirm rocket cart against crossbow mangonel. Nice mangonel shot on the skirms there. Rocket cart can't kill an uphill mangonel. Or can't destroy it. That one does though.
Hazır.
That one pulls back a bit. Fight on the hill. Mangonel's exchanging shots. Mangonels go down.
Emrinizge madem.
And no, nice hit on the crossbows. Not much death though. Another TC going up for ACCM. That'll be on the stone. So he'll be on 3 TCs, 2 for Sebastian. Vil count still equal so far. Res collected just about equal. So pretty even game at this point. And it's basically skirm rocket cart against crossbow mangonel. Whenever I see Hera do this matchup, he's usually the skirm player and he ends up winning. I don't know if that says something about the composition or Hera. But I do kind of like skirm crossbow. Skirms don't do as much damage to the mangonels or rocket carts as the crossbows do. Or actually, now that I think about it, it's 1 damage each from all of them. So yeah, I guess they do exactly do the same damage. Because of that 6 pierce armor. On top of a hill, the crossbows are slightly more damaging. Otherwise, it's equal. It's 1 damage. What's the opinion of the rocket cart so far? Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I don't think it's all that great. I mean, I don't really mind it, but I do think it's maybe a bit confusing to have something that behaves like a mangonel but looks so different from it. Is the magic reflect? That's only after the unique tech. No, that's the unique tech. For their Corpomite reflectors. Alright, Camel gonna be getting some raids on the woodline. I'm team Mangonel. I'm team Miss Korean Siege Onagers. The rocket cart still roaming around. Mangonel shot lands on the skirms. Okay, that's the type of shot for which Sebastian has been waiting. Finally gets ACCM caught off guard. Uphill Mangonel at that. Yeah, the old Korean Siege Onagers with even more extra range. Oh, with the extra range as the team bonus. Now that was a unit there. But in terms of which one is better, just one-on-one, I think the Mangonel is slightly better, just because the rocket cart doesn't shoot all of its projectiles at once. And as I've been saying, it does have to wait slightly for the volley all to shoot before moving, so it does make it slightly harder to micro. Satisfying about assaulting castles with SO. Yeah, there was. That was fun. So Mangonels and crossbows still running around. Let's see if they can find a part of the base to hit. Yeah, those Korean sniper SOs in Black Forest, oh, those are great. Sanctity on the way, as the skirms will try to take out the scouts. And ooh, how did that scout survive? How did that scout survive? And now here come the knights. Here come the knights. The knights do a +2 armor. Skirms will be doing 1 damage. I'll try to retreat. Ballistics on the way. And this is where Sebastian might overwhelm with numbers atop the hill. Nice hill bonus. Chasing with the Mangonel, trying to dodge the skirms, but no success there. Rocket car to get some of the crossbows. Monks now for converting the knights. What's the Khitan monk tech tree like? No redemption. No herbal medicine, no block printing. Oh wait, neither of them have ballistics. I thought there was ballistics in. I'd seen a university there and I was just thinking, oh, there's ballistics. Camel's debuff knights? There's no debuff. I mean, you can shoot and pull back, but you need to wait ever so slightly. Oh, there's a hole. Oh no, ACCM, don't do it. I've been hurt by this before too. The blacksmith overflowing the foundation plus the bamboo on the side of the house makes you think you're walled there, especially on the hill when you're not. Oh no. So here come the monks back to try to get conversions. Rocket cart has to turn to the side, dodge a shot. Monks still charged with the conversion. Or other monks still charged. Around 14 farmers all game. Well, that's pastures for you. Pastures are strong. Mangonel doesn't land a hit, but the skirms have to go back from the crossbows. Sebastian up to the Imperial Age. ACCM will see if he's far behind. Sebastian pulling ahead slightly in KD, slightly in resources collected. Although ACCM in the long run will still have the pastures. Oh man, that horrible hole for ACCM. Still hasn't really noticed it. I need to re-wall there. Close the hole before Imp. So forward castle from ACCM. He won't be far from Imp, but he's nowhere close to Sebastian's timing, and Sebastian will be able to start trebling this right away. And Sebastian even could be queuing a ram in that workshop right now to start ramming it down. See, they don't have elephant rams, right? Yeah, just normal siege rams. Go to the park. We'll have fun at the park, Bailo. That's only give you a false sense of security. Walls are only as safe as the holes in the walls. And there is Imperial Age on the way for Sebastian. Has a couple of sheep under his TC you could take. It's a lot of outposts. Why are there so many outposts there from Sebastian? Is he outpost rushing? He just wants vision. He wants vision for the Mangonel Wars. That's what that is. More battering rams there for Sebastian. Ram going for the castle. And now the Keshiks coming out for Sebastian. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. The ram there. And now a Treb for him in the back. Racer handcart. Still down in Vills, but his deco should be pulling to a decent spot. Man, this castle looks like it'll go down. No need for Trebs even, just gonna go straight down to that ram. So hard to castle by a workshop and then survive. And we'll have Lamellaire armor, which is the reflector tech. Ram's pushing back. ACCM trying to do another castle. He has the Liaodo unit. And again, chat, you need to help me figure out how to pronounce that. OP unique unit. I've heard these guys are OP. I did see Hera win a game with them. You know, he doesn't have Blast Furnace, but he does have a unique unit that ignores armor, apparently. And Castle picks off the Mangonel. Castle in the middle for Sebastian. Doing chemistry. And there's the castle. Imp just finished for ACCM, and he'll do chemistry himself. Oh wait, he's got the AoEbuilds.com back in his name. I didn't even realize that. I didn't even realize ACCM added AoEbuilds.com back to his name. So it's Wonders ACCM AoEbuilds.com. Oh man. It took me a while to realize that, but he added it back. He's got an extra space between the ACCM and the vertical bar too. Not even padding. It's been a while since he's had that, hasn't it? He's got it back now. The Lao Dao where both syllables rhyme with wow. Okay. Can we get his name longer? We could actually spell out Wonders. This is a Wonders clan match, I just realized. Yeah, and we just watched Nikov, and the next match we'll see former Wonders and Hart. Alright, so raids on this gold down here will have the special melee reflection skirms from ACCM. Infantry and skirmishers. So specific to affect skirmishers. And that'll be cleaned. On the other side, a few Keshiks raiding Vills. Vills trying to run back for ACCM. Get back to the TC. almost forgot to sell out. Gotta get the sellouts. Oh, he's doing transhumanance. I've never seen the name of this text. What does transhumanance mean? Like, it's a word. I've only seen domestication and pastoralism, never seen transhumans before. There'll be more food for the pastures. And they're constructed, they'll have more food on them now. And he's got the mounted trebs, the camel trebs. They're pretty good at taking out enemy trebs from what I've seen. Yeah, bonus attack versus siege, and they do have accuracy on them. Yeah, base accuracy of 100, so it'll hit the trebs. But he did lose a castle in the process. Sebastian's still pushing. Score is just about the same. Sebastian feels like he's been raiding all game, but never quite able to find the damage he wants. Picks off some vills. And we're getting ourselves to a very close game of Arabia. Score is neck and neck. These cav archers want to do some raiding, but ACCM is pushing on the front now, going for the castle. He's getting his trebs deployed. Skirm's taking out the cav archers a bit. Moving from pastures to stables in different seasons. The Treb's still working on the castle. Camel Treb's going to try to take out that counter Treb, and they do. Range, only 11 range, so same range as the castle, can't really hit it. Transhumance is the seasonal movement of livestock herders in grazing pastures. Okay. So seasonal movement sounds like crop rotation to me. So pasture crop rotation then. Okay, big push now with hussars and cav archers against a lot of skirms. Mangonel coming forward to try to deal with the skirms. This will be a castle attempt from ACCM. Does Sebastian have the army to stop this? Can he stop it and kill skirms? Treb's doing a number on the cav archers too, and Sebastian does not have the numbers to stop ACCM from getting that castle up. That'll be one of Sebastian's golds. Now more map control for ACCM, as Sebastian does not have a castle, and that means he has no option for more trebs. No more of those Tatar trebs that could potentially be long range, but aren't right now. Hussars running in for treb snipes though, only skirms to defend, so Hussars might be able to get a couple of trebs here. Everything here now, those trebs in maybe a spot of trouble with the hussars on top of them, but the skirms will defend. Always good when skirms can defend, because that means the trebs now can go for the TC. So cav archers here from the Tatars. Does he have? Does not have the silk armor, so they don't have extra pierce armor or extra armor of any type. Still waiting for more armor from the blacksmith upgrades. Hussars are going to be his skirm counter attempt. Right now, he's just kind of trickling in the hussars one by one. He needs to amass more of them. So trash and unique unit here, Skirm, Hussar, and Laodao. So Cav Archer is still just fighting Skirms. Hussar is not quite enough of them to run down the Skirms. Treb's going for another TC. Feels like ACCM's starting to pull ahead now. Feels like he's pulling ahead. Does he have Ordo? What is Ordo? Cav regenerates HP. He does not have Ordo. Doesn't really have Cav for them either. Or upgrades for them. So Ordo Cav, it's on the way now. It's on the way now. There we go. So won't have the final attack upgrade, but will be fully armored and heal. Or, what was it? Yeah, regen HP in combat. Regen while fighting. I guess at some point that means if you're the other player, you want to delete so that they don't fight as much in regen. Same with the Keshiks, right? You want to delete so that the Keshiks don't generate gold. Maybe they both delete each other. Filtering the abbreviation for bombard cannons. Makes sense it would filter that. I'm proud of him for showcasing the mounted trebs, the camel trebs. What makes them insane is the accuracy, right? 100 base accuracy. So there's Sebastian calls it, and ACCM goes up 2-0. Holds on with the pastures to win. 299 to 251 KD. As they transition to Imp, Sebastian can't keep up. More vills for ACCM at the end there. GG. Alright. Let's grab this. That's 2-0 for ACCM in this best of 7. And we Chicken Arabia lost for Sebastian. And we Catans against Tatars. Alright, and getting the lobby set up for the next map. So we just run the pre-roll ad remover real quick, and I'll be back in a moment too. Alright, next map will be not Nomad. Let's get launched here. There's my mouse. So we'll have Sebastian in the red, he'll be the Dravidians, ACCM in the blue, he'll be the Huns. Crisscross dock, so docks opposite the TC. ACCM docked to the southeast, Sebastian to the northeast, TC's over in the west. ACCM, he swapped his color, so we'll put him in the cyan again, just to be consistent. And it'll be Huns Dravidians. So Dravidians, of course, with the faster javelin tossing, more frequently throwing skirmishers. Huns will... Oh, it's not Nomad! It's not Nomad! And since it's not Nomad, the Huns do not have their horse. So no Hunnic horse for ACCM. No scout, no horse. Nomad with a TC, basically, it's like a Nomad start. Water on all four sides, they have a TC, and they have a Vil out by the dock. So 2 Vils on the TC, 1 by the dock to start with. Why the Huns pick? I don't know. Maybe did he think they have the horse? ACCM must have cooked something with the Huns. I guess maybe starting with the dock is nice for the Huns with all the wood you save. You can get fishing ships out, but it is just 4 to 4. He's equal with Dravidians on fishing ships, and they save the house, so I guess that's something. Are they still good here? I have no idea. I think they might struggle against Dravidian skirms. I mean, ACCM's a player I would trust him to have practiced and be aware of this. But yeah, I do hope he knows it. It is more balanced on the starting position, yeah, so it's not random. And TCs are placed somewhat fairly. So Goldstone even buries to the back for Sebastian. Same for ACCM, Golden Stone above the TC. Buries a bit more forward, but he has another patch to the back. So lots of randomly generated resources scattered across the map, Nomad style. But you don't have to do the pick the start location thing that you do on Nomad. So I don't know if he thought he would get a free horse, but indeed he does not. It's a gold mine going up in the back. And I don't know, how useful would Tarkans be against Dravidians? Against the potential, like, Skirm Elephant Archer combo. And okay, we have a forward dock from Sebastian, double dock from ACCM, but forward dock from Sebastian. And they're so close that ACCM will just be going fire galleys to defend this. Okay, okay. So he's just going to try to play Huns with the smooth wood economy now. Not needing houses can be absolutely wonderful on water maps. Downside of the Huns is the wood you miss at the start. But if you're able to get your fire galleys out at a good time anyway, then that doesn't matter as much. So triple dock even from ACCM. Well, quadruple dock. ACCM with 4 docks. He's docking everywhere. Wants to be forward to harass Sebastian's fish. But also triple dock defense to make sure Sebastian doesn't win the water over here. So 2 docks for Sebastian. We have 7 total docks so far this game. ACCM just doing more fish. Feels like the fish are very spread apart and not very dense on this map. The map actually extends, the land extends pretty close to the edges. So Fire Galley coming out for Sebastian. Skirms of Empires 2. It could be a Skirm War, but the Skirm War would go poorly for the Huns in the late game. They missed the final armor upgrade. And that should matter once Bracer comes in for the damage the Skirms do. And so that is some good fishing there from ACCM, and you see his score lead probably from how efficient his fish are. When he's trying to go ships from 4 docks while also doing an archery range is a stress on your eco. But if ACCM can get 4 archers around here, especially if he somehow could sneak in fletching, that could be absolutely devastating for Sebastian, who is not walled and has nothing on land. Sebastian just going very heavy for the water. Demo from Sebastian, but demo also from ACCM, trying to spread out the fish. Fish can block a bit. Repairer could come in on the demo. He's trying to run the fish a bit now. So 4 fishing ships from Sebastian, they're being harassed. Sebastian doesn't have anything defending at home as ACCM gets forward with a fire of his own. So Sebastian's fish will be harassed. He had to spread them out. We'll have another fire from ACCM to help clean them up. So both players losing their fish, as we'll now have that archer transition from ACCM. Now, again, the question is, can he get a blacksmith and fletching? That's pretty expensive when you're making this many ships. Yeah, since Nomad without the nomadic element, not Nomad. Just mad. I don't see how effective this demo can be. Forward Vil from Sebastian. Demo doesn't really get too much there, although the fire might clean some stuff. Fire's not getting hit somehow. Fire ship shooting over it. There we go, that'll clean 2 fires by the dock at least. And it feels like the fish are almost just about clean for ACCM, but also almost clean for Sebastian, 2 of them running. And 1 of them stuck inside the dock, so no one fishing at this point. And ACCM with archers, getting a 3rd archer, he's doing fletching, can't go forward too early, he's going to reveal the archers to the TC, neither player paying attention, and he needs to get out without losing them, and he loses 1 archer. Okay, he loses 1 archer, that's going to give Sebastian time to react, he's going to do a barracks, he'll make a range in skirms. He will do loom, he didn't have loom! Oh, and that is absolutely horrible for ACCM, running straight into the TC with the archers. He'll get 1 Vil. Imagine 2 archers with fletching here. Oh, how much more easy it would be to kill those unloomed Vils. He maybe would have gotten 3 or 4 Vils there instead of 2. Oh, that's absolutely devastating running to the TC there. But he still will harass the Vils on the land, take a good advantage there. And now Sebastian, despite having 1 less dock, invested significantly more into the fire galleys. Archers take out the Vil. Okay, low HP Vils, and now these archers doing damage. ACCM needs to realize how low those Vils are and pick the low HP one. Ooh, missed opportunity there, could have gotten another kill. But his archers have done a ton of damage, and now the tower on the gold is going to leave the wood and the berries exposed. So if ACCM can get 2 more archers, I feel like, okay, there he goes. He needs to get a group of 4 or 5 archers, and then you can snipe Vils really well. What is that emote? Super Vinland. Not a meme, I understand. I feel like I'm very out of touch on my memes. I don't do anything outside of Age of Empires. So outposts there from ACCM. That one's gonna fail to go up though. Has the forward Vil, but the Vil has to run. Gonna run into the berries and die from the skirms. So 10 to 5. They'll soon be 10 to 6 eco KD in favor of ACCM. That Vil gets a stab. He's about 1k res collected ahead, and I think things are looking pretty good for him. And he's gonna go do a tower, and Sebastian had to do that defensive tower on the gold. ACCM just gonna YOLO a tower up here. Skirms for Sebastian. But if ACCM can distract Sebastian with a tower over here, and the archers can come in, if the archers find those... Wait, ACCM can see the deer corpse in the fog of Warrior. He knows how to go right there. Great gate from Sebastian, but archers can break through that pretty easily. Sebastian has to wall with houses now, and a great recovery from Sebastian to wall. He misses a tile, though. He misses a tile, and the archers will be able to keep chasing. Maybe he could wall again. He's going to try. That'll be a Vil going down. Nope, one Vil at least. And the Skirm's going to be trapping the archers now. So good, actually good job. That ended up going well for Sebastian to trap the archers with the Skirms. Good quick gates. But on the other side, the Skirms rotate over. That's going to leave spears underneath the tower, though. And ACCM will do a gate and attempt to do another tower. That gate shouldn't stay up too much longer. Vils can attack it. But the towers will cover each other. And this tower goes up, then Sebastian will have no wood. Then he'll have no wood. Will be hard for the spears to engage with that defensive tower, or that offensive tower for ACCM. He can target the spears with it. A doubt post, an unfinished outpost. Should put Doubt's face on the top. Ooh, I think this is looking better and better for ACCM. Still up by now about 1.5k resources. Now, Sebastian has re-added a few fishing ships. This is not efficient, though, that far from the dock. ACCM, that fire just outside the line of sight from seeing that fish. ACCM using the market. He's maybe getting ready to go up, too. Oh, his Vils are going to destroy the barracks. Is that a good use of his idle time on the Vils? I don't know. But he will destroy the barracks. I guess that's good. Market for Sebastian. Yeah, he's just waiting for the next tower to come in. As he continues pushing Sebastian, Sebastian's going to be restricted down to that one tower by the gold. He has a ton of gold. He'll be able to buy his way up once he gets the market. ACCM won't be too far behind, though. I fight for water and not fish? Well, you need wood to add fish in. And once one player kind of wins the water, it's hard to make a comeback sometimes. Like up here, ACCM can't really add fish, right? Sebastian could add fish, but then ACCM could destroy them again. And he'd need more dock space on this map for the fish. Like Sebastian would need a dock in the corner somehow. And Great Fish Marlin have lots of food on them. So the tower is shooting each other over here. And that'll be Castle Age for ACCM, but a minute slower than Sebastian, who's going to go double, triple range. And this is just going to be triple range Dravidian Skirms. Triple range Dravidian Skirms, let's go. ACCM scouts will be walled a bit. Skirms will take out the scouts. Skirms counter scouts confirmed. Oh, he's not going to go for the triple range, only double range Skirms. He realizing he doesn't have the resources for that. Double range Skirms for Sebastian. The cow? What cow? And Red Cliffy, you like the Skirms. Yeah, I mean, fishing on Nomad's always tricky. Imagine Sebastian thinks he wins the water down here, adds in more fishing ships, then all of a sudden ACCM comes back and destroys the rest of the fishing ships. It's always kind of a risk. You add the fish in the Dark Age because there's nothing that can stop you. Then once Feudal comes around, it's hard to think about fishing while also controlling land. Oh, this cow. There we go. Now I see it. And just mooing in between the tower fight. Open this tower. Ooh, it changes sides. It'll change. Oh no, the tower hit the cow. That's a dangerous spot for that cow to be sitting. Here they just shoot over it. So that's Town Watch for Sebastian. ACCM on his way up. He's double stable, so he'll be going double stable knights. Sebastian will probably then have to do monasteries and or pikemen there, or just the third range. And swap to crossbows. He'll need something to kill knights, and skirmishers probably won't be that thing. You have to fight for water but can't fish? Yeah, unless you win water completely, and are confident your opponent's not going to redock. Even ACCM fishing again doesn't have all that many. That's A Cal, it's not a coward. Mangonel out, going for the tower. Repairville for ACCM, though. Doesn't have Bodkin on the tower. So tower goes down. Knights hit the Vil. Ooh, Vil dodges arrows. Never mind. Tower takes the Vil out. Oh, the cow's still there. 3 HP left. Okay, keep an eye on that cow. Remind me to check at the end. Yeah, the cow moved slightly. The cow mooed and the cow moved. So more docks in the back. Some skirms getting in the back. ACCM has to be careful of those Vils. He's up by 2k resources collected. Is hoovering around this base with knights. Still no monks out. Just 3-range crossbows from Sebastian. ACCM getting a second TC added in. Has +2 armor on his knights. And he's also doing wheelbarrow, so getting more efficient villagers as he starts to add in the farms. And yeah, +15 Vils. Knights. Crossbows can't hit those knights somehow. Running away. And TC goes up. I'll help deter the crossbows from getting through here. Or maybe try to find their way down a thin passage by the wood line. Ooh, the TC range actually covers all that. Thought maybe the TC would have slightly less range, but it's fine there. So another TC going up for ACCM on this wood line. Can a monk heal a cow? No, I don't believe so. Still there, though. Still there. Monks could heal farms. I think they might have fixed that, though. Monks used to be able to heal farms. And fish traps. But not cows. And yeah, asking why you're not fishing. Here we see ACCM getting back on the water. He now is taking the dock, but then here even Sebastian's fighting that dock. So like everyone still has a fire here and there. And they've never fully won the water for getting fish control. The map is so big, you have lots of redocking locations too. So it's kind of hard to make sure you're everywhere. So workshop on the side for ACCM. Looks like a 4-0. Well, I mean, we have seen reverse sweeps in these qualifiers so far. Even if ACCM wins this game, he's still not guaranteed. Hey, cow's still there. Mangonel fight nearby, though. Mangonel goes down. Okay, no attack round hitting the cow. Oh, the tower could kill the cow, right? Like, if that lumber camp goes down, what does the tower target next? Probably the range. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Javidian, no knights for Javidian, so it's hard for them to raid. No cav archers either. What is this? What is this farm, ACCM? What's that doing there? This should be wr.accmt90farms.com. ACCM hasn't lost a game so far the whole qualifiers. A reverse sweep would be very wild then. Their tower's taking out that TC. 3 TCs for ACCM. He's now up 78 to 43 Vils. And split on the Mangonel for Sebastian. ACCM wants to repair. Won't get the repair though. And, well, the forest between that TC is about to be finished. I'll have to do a lumber camp in the back. Sebastian's still trying to hoover around with some spears. Scorpion comes out, that could clean it up. I'll block the foundation for a moment. Monk there wants a conversion. Manages to get it as the vills come forward. Yeah, T90's always here when we point out his farming economy when it appears in other players' bases. So Crossbows here getting a nice raid. Finally something good for Sebastian. He's mangonelling that TC. He's going for a castle drop. That'll be on one of ACCM's TCs, though. ACCM will get his own castle up. His eco has been definitely disrupted by all these little raids. Neither player is still with any option to fish. ACCM will have to run away from that TC. No doing anything else with that castle up. Okay, ACCM needs to run. There he goes. There he goes. Hills all going down. And there's the GG from Sebastian, and that's 3-0 for ACCM, who has not lost a game the entire qualifier. Finds himself one win away from progressing to the October LAN in Beijing. Now he's going to need to stave off a reverse sweep attempt from Sebastian, which would be absolutely wild, since he has not lost a game apparently. Let me just double check that on the Wikipedia bracket. Let me double check that. Has he not lost a game? Yeah, he swept Timo, Prisma, Mihai, and is now up 3-0 on Sebastian. And you want me to see, is the cow still there? Yes, the cow is still there. The cow survived. Through all that tower war, it took only one volley of arrows. If that were a sheep, sheep only have 5 HP. The sheep would have died, but the cow with 14 HP survives. What a beast. Alright, 3-0 ACCM. Looking for one more win. Sebastian lost not Nomad. Or no, ACCM won not Nomad. There we are. And Sebastian picks the map now. Now as a win for the Huns, no horse, no problem. Against the Dravidians. And ACCM still has Chinese, which are a beast of a civ. You want him to show us the way? And Ring of Reeds will be the next map, yes. A clown map. Everyone's favorite type of map. So Ring of Reeds, a map that we hadn't seen for a while. Well, it was a popular custom map, but kind of got used quite a bit. Then we had a break from it. It's a kind of like a palisade hideout with a passage through the middle. But this version has a twist with some water on the outside and some shallows. Grass must have been really fresh for that cow right there. Cow's the MVP. Spears hoovering with the spreadsheet build last game. I guess you can spreadsheet build not Nomad since it's not a Nomad map. Alright, put Sebastian in the red once more. We'll have ACCM in the cyan as the Burgundians against Sebastian in the red as the Malians. Now, Burgundians have been usually the #1 pick Civ on closed maps, arena-like maps, in recent AoE 2 history. Malians here... Usually you see them for hybrid maps. Is this a hybrid map? There are no deep fish, just shorefish. With the wood discount on their buildings, they can get the dock up nice and early and get a fishing ship out quickly. Burgundians tend to have a longer dark age into a better eco, though. The what find closest bug are you talking about? I can think of many find closest quirks. I absolutely hate using find closest, and I almost never use it in my maps. I think it is almost always a mistake to use it position resources. Oh, all resources, yeah, exactly because of that. Not on the diagonals. I think with circular placement, and there's a set tile shuffling thing that you can use. But yeah, with square placement, doesn't work like that. It's actually kind of ridiculous to try to position resources fairly and consistently, and not in fixed locations. But we have forward gold for each player, and kind of side stone. Better visibility of the terrain. Well, I think that player... That could be good, right? Like, mask a different terrain color underneath them. Don't know what color that is, but yeah. Personally, I almost never use reeds in my maps, just because I think they're hard to see. I don't like the graphics. The players themselves are probably using identical pine trees, so I doubt it's a problem for them. As a viewer, I'm actually not sure whether to use... So, we use small trees. These are the small reeds. I don't know if the larger reeds are easier or harder to see. Personally, I think they kind of block each other and get harder to see, because there's no variation in the reeds. When you have forests, at least there are different types of trees, so it's easier to see the different trees. With reeds, it's the same graphic almost repeated. I think there are a few different types of reeds, so there's no color variation in them. And so the big reeds, I think, are actually really hard to see if you use them bunched up in large forests. So, Sebastian trying to lure ACCM into his walls. ACCM not going to fall for it. He'll turn around. Yeah, this map is older than enable tile shuffling. Does that affect... I actually haven't tried that for square placements. I've only done it for circular placements. Does it affect square placements now? Maybe it affects the shuffling of the 4 locations that are closest. But it's still the good Euclidean versus Chebyshev distance metric problem. So middle dock. Okay, middle dock for Sebastian after docking on the outside. So double docks for the Malian player. And ACCM just wants to push his deer. Sebastian will run back to his villagers. And ACCM won't be able to take that fight. He'll have to run back. ACCM has docked himself on the outside with the Burgundians. And he's actually up faster than Sebastian is. With the Feudal Age Eco upgrades, you also do have some opportunity to go faster and kind of Feudal Boom a bit. And the original version of this map didn't have the shallows on the outside, it had a rock terrain on the outside, with fish in the rock terrain. Kind of awkwardly. You need to win 4, might as well do the hardest first. That's how I always kind of felt about it. Do the hardest first, get it out of the way. Then, like, mentally you feel like, oh, everything else is easier. I think the reed variety? Yeah. I mean... It's not this, like, the same graphic repeated over and over, but it's not the same type of variety that you get in a forest like this with all the different colors. Green trees, orange trees, dead trees... They all kind of stick out from the leaves they're on. Reeds here, kind of the same color as the leaf terrain beneath them. So Flemish Militia from ACCM, you can train them from the barracks now. You can train them from the barracks. They have +6 versus Cav, and they have 45 hit points. So tower in the middle from Sebastian. Is ACCM doing a... Oh, I thought we would be doing a demo there. Imagine a demo on the tower villas, but they are walled at least. So can the spear get in, or is that wall? The tree walls that with the palisade. You could always palisade chop the straggler. ACCM sending more vills to the middle. Fire galley on the way also for Sebastian. Militia trying to get underneath the tower. Fire galleys are out. Vills looping around. Flemish militia. Will they do bonus damage to the ships? Let me click the other one. +4 versus ship. Same as +4 versus camel. Alright, so lots of repairs on that ship. And ACCM has to be wary of fighting underneath the tower. Some more fire as the tower and fire galley fight in the middle. And behind this bow saw for ACCM, no eco upgrades at all for Sebastian. So I gotta think, Sebastian more res collected so far, but over time ACCM maybe starts to pull ahead. As they both are taking the shorefish on the outside of their docks. ACCM leaving the forward gold even, not taking that, taking the back gold. ACCM not going to China even if he wins? Maybe he has to play from home then. Maybe there'll be a replacement qualifier. I don't know what the Vietnam-China visa situation is like at all. That's what I was saying. As much as I'd love to have a USA LAN, I don't think there's any way we'd ever get Yo, ACCM, and Vinch all here for a LAN. Especially with how short notice we have between qualifiers and the event. And ooh, this could be a good demo. Doesn't get the vills though. And starts to get HP off of the tower. And here demos are going to be absolutely sick. And hit the repair vills with the tower. Sebastian's spending a lot of vill time repairing, but he is up in vill numbers. Because that fishing ship he has on the outside helps. Like ACCM needs another demo. Yeah, there he goes. There he goes with the demo. And pull back and repair. Can you not sail around the outside? Interesting. I don't know if the fire galley blocks arrows from vills. I guess it doesn't. There's a vill going down. There's the demo. Here's the demo. And okay, gets a vill with the demo too. Nice demo shot. And fewer vills in that tower. Sebastian might need to send more forward. He's trying to do a second tower in the back to defend. Wants to control the middle, putting a lot of focus there. And start pulling ahead slightly in res collected. Did get double bit axe. No bow saw though. And fighting for the puddle. There's the demo there from Sebastian. He has one fire left. ACCM 5 fills in that tower. We'll be idling them. I wonder if Sebastian's going to give up that tower. Yeah, it looks like he's just going to go to the back, take his gold. I don't think ACCM gets any resources from the middle now with the dock still there. But his tower at least will control the berries. Has collected slightly ahead for Sebastian. ACCM will be adding farms at home. Sebastian, no farms yet. Still, he's just advancing around the outside, as ACCM has some fire galleys out there too. ACCM on the docks and the shorefish out there, doing a mill of his own. Oh, players don't have their own berries in their bases, do they? No, they have to go to the middle for berries. Okay, I guess that explains some of this. And a second forward tower, what's that going to hit? It's going to hit that tower, especially when it has fletching. Okay, so ACCM wanting to force the tower fight, but I think that's going to put him behind in res collected quite a bit. He's spending all his vill time on the tower. Also, you only need 4 vills for the tower now. Since there's no fletching. I guess you will always only need 4 vills now. You don't need 5? And now you can repair, though. The vill helps for repairing. Yep, and it's still the same number of projectiles. I think capture each pro message away. Dock for Sebastian on the outside. ACCM will need some more stone to repair. Sebastian ahead in stone count. Well, ACCM, at least he's amassing food now. More total vills on food, 17 on food. Good job adding in the farmers and also taking the shorefish around the outside. Looks like Sebastian might be breaking through with a fire now. He's able to control the shorefish on the outside. He'll get more food income over time. But Sebastian, nice res collected lead. Oh no, don't lose the vills, and he gets into the tower. He gets into the tower in time. Ooh, that was scary for a moment with the demo, but wasted demo there for the most part. Tower will be repaired. I have a market in the back for Sebastian. So, Sebastian able to hold on to that tower. Using the market, and he's going to click up. He'll be the first one up. ACCM won't be too far behind. Once he finishes his market, he'll buy his own way up. A dock is essentially a repurposed mill on this map, yes. So triple repairs against 4 fires. And there's ACCM. He is up. He is up. He is up. Oh, does he need a second building? He might need a second building still. The market might be his first one. Buying wood, selling food. Oh, yeah, he doesn't have the building. So he's going to be a minute later than he should have been. Should have been competitive there, but didn't have the awareness to do the blacksmith. So demo on the way, and maybe this will be Sebastian getting a point on the scoreboard then, if that's the uptiming difference. He has more res collected. And now ACCM has the dock block to stop the fires from getting in, but he's no more shorefish there. And doesn't have that much farming eco behind this. There's castle, but now almost a good... What's that? He's 87 seconds behind. Still does have a good score lead, but KD is even, and Sebastian ahead in resources. So that's ahead, but we do have horse collar for ACCM's farms, and again he has bowsaw. So smoother eco upgrades. They're going to send more vills to the middle. What are they going to do in the middle? Imagine one demo blowing all this up. This map is more water action than water maps. That it does. I mean, looks like he wants to castle. He doesn't have stone to castle drop. And yeah, Sebastian can wall the tower and demo raft for Sebastian. ACCM wants to take out the tower. But his vills are going to have to be in range of demos to do that. So, don't think he can really fight here. Flemish Militia, though, getting to the back, hitting the repair vills. Okay. Have to be careful of fighting under the tower, or they can just go for the base of it. Oh, there's the demo, gets the Flemish Militia. Nicely used demo from Sebastian. More walls coming up in the back. Sebastian will just repair that, get his own workshop up, do a mangonel. Stable from ACCM, so Burgundians. They must be making Cavalier. Not much food for Cavaliers, though. Only 6 farmers. This fills in the shorefish is food eco. Doing a scout. And Mangonel out now for Sebastian. Workshop for ACCM. Doing a light cav for 1 scout. Wonder why he wouldn't just go knights here, but I guess he's maybe preparing for the monastery swap. Okay, yeah, preparing for the monks, so just going light cav. Oh, Flemish Militia blocking the demo. Scout in the stable in the back. Tower wants the Mangonel. Mangonel gets the militia. Vil will repair. Mangonel has a minimum range of 3. Has to be away from the tower. Second Mangonel out. Monks want a conversion of the light cav. Light cav has to go for the monks. We'll get one monk. Will it get the second? It stalled for a moment and doesn't get the second hit. It was midway through the attack animation, then got converted. Tower stays up for the moment, though. Another light cav on the way. Gets the monk. Now a few more light cav. As ACCM has a castle, not forward though, defensive castle. But he will be able to make some Custilier. Insta, John Slow, hello. We have another demo in that dock. There it goes, there it goes. Repairville vulnerable, not running the mangonel, and gets nothing. He got a bit too greedy there. Should have just gone for the Vil. Should have just gone for the Vil. So TC on the outside for Sebastian. He's looking to boom. ACCM still up in Vil count, but falling behind in res collected now. Probably not the fight he wanted in the middle. And now fire ships for Sebastian on the outside, clearing ACCM's outside eco. He's going to have to hope that Custilier will be enough for him to win the game, but there are enough defensive monks here. Sebastian might be on his way to beginning a reverse sweep. Getting another TC up in the back on that wood line is Sebastian. And well, by forcing the water fights both on the inside and on the outside, it feels like he's done what he wants to do with the Malians. Still do kind of worry about the eco upgrade situation. ACCM ahead there, still ahead in actual Vils. And no way for Sebastian to pressure and end the game with that castle there. So it will maybe turn into a boom and economy game, but Sebastian with the TCs earlier. Does he know about the castle? I'm sure he's been attacked by it. Yeah, he sees it, he sees it. He's done town watch. Charge attack finishing off the mangonel. Now the Custilier have to run, but insta conversion from the monk. Castle gets the fire ship there. Just get all forward castle time. YOLO castle, send the village, raise the castle over here. If he ever had destroyed that tower, then maybe. A couple of stragglers blocking where you might want the tower or the castle. Could YOLO it over here, maybe. Hard with the mangonel though. Need some cav to snipe the mangonel. His husbandry. Is on the outside going down. Monks come forward for conversions. And on the outside, light cav finding the TC from ACCM. Custilier come over. They will help get that up. Maybe he loses another Vil, though. It does go up. Custilier will fight the fire ships, and do a pretty darn effective job of it at that. And okay, there it is. Forward castle. Won't be on the TC, though. Could do Bodkin, but it'll still be a tile away. That mangonel wants to deny it. It's going to need Nilly's help because it cannot pathfind around that straggler tree. And quick wall on the house. Quick wall in time to protect the monk. So deleted light cav. And it will go up. We'll go up. Mangonel gets picked off. And ACCM retakes the score lead. He's actually up in Vils. And could he actually pull off the 4-game sweep here? Gets a couple of Vils on the wood line. Maybe he can. Getting a good number of Custilier now. Going to take out the house and maybe some palisades open up a path forward. See, TC, I don't think it defends the outside of the workshop. The Custilier could just try to break through over here. Sebastian has a lot of Vils on stone, could be close to his own castle. His wood count's been crazy. It's almost like he's been denied from his other resources for the most part. Farms on the outside, not a single farm in the middle. Some extra sheep there. So the food economy definitely could be balanced better. Still, take the house, another layer of walls behind them. Now you run through. You run through, get to the villas and the gold mine with the Custilier. Forces the house to be deleted and they'll run away. Probably garrison in the castle there just to break conversions. That's one way to break the line of sight. And Mingdell in that workshop will have a hard time ungarrisoning. Devotion for ACCM, he's going to be devoted. He's up by 8 villas now. These castles have caused, or this castle has caused a lot of pressure. Sebastian, though, booming on the outside. He'll have 1, 2, 3 TCs on the outside, in addition to the 2 he has in the middle. Custilier wanted to run forward, but then they'll see the monks and think, nope, let's run back. Hide in that castle. And castle there from Sebastian, think he gets that up. Shunzo calling it for ACCM. Chat confident in ACCM. And Custilier doing some raids in the south. TC defending the villas though. Ooh, TC was denied as Custilier get in. TC was denied in the back. That monk wants a conversion. See, the conversion line changes due to elevation. And he does get a conversion. He does. He will maybe get picked off. That's a lot of monks though. That's a lot of monks. So many twists and turns from the island war for the berries. Rams coming forward. Rams hard to use against the Malians with the Beta warriors. Especially with the defense of Mangonel. And no one even ate all the berries. That was the single berry which... Not a single berry which foraged from. This says a lot about society, that they'd fight over something and not use it. So even with only 2 TCs, ACCM with a 13-vil lead, and that's against 5 TCs. Also, Custilier raid on the outside. Taking out their converted traitors. Traitors, Custilier. Okay, this could be a good number of conversions. The Custilier have to run away. At least they are devoted. You have to take all the berries and chop all the stragglers for 3 ranges on that island. Okay, Monk wants a conversion there. Mangonel has to go around the outside, maybe to hit that workshop. Okay, is ACCM gonna dive? He'll dive around the quick gate. 1 conversion comes in. And that's all. As 2 conversions come in, as 2 monks go down. And all the demos for Sebastian, they want to hit. They want to hit on those Custilier. Oh, they wanted that. Now, Sabosa now in. ACCM with all the Castle Age Eco upgrades. They're nice and cheap for him to add. And he's pulling really far ahead in res collected. Starting to get some raids. Starting to pull ahead in vills. And this is now, it was looking okay for Sebastian until that castle drop. This is now a 4-0 for ACCM if this castle goes up. And I don't see a way for Sebastian to stop it. Not close enough to the shoreline for a demo. ACCM even has a Custilier providing a distraction. And there is the GG, as ACCM with a 4-0 sweep will win the qualifier. Still don't know his visa situation for actually heading to the land, but he will beat Sebastian, sweep him away to qualify. So that's $500 for Sebastian. And qualification for ACCM. 98 to 48 KD. More res collected by the end. And even with a slower castle time, I thought that lacking the blacksmith might do him in. Sebastian had an early advantage, but he hung on. GG. Alright, the next set's supposed to start at 18 GMT, so I don't know if we have a bit of a break before that. Now, I could definitely use a break. one Ring of Reeds. That was Burgundians. Over Incas. Alright, MCL, let's not write that about players in the chat. You can sleep now, 4:32 a.m. Yeah, ACCM beast mode. So yeah, I'm gonna see when the next set starts. I don't know if it'll be right away or if we'll have a break. It'll be Barles versus Hart. Alright, let me just get the overlay set up and I'll take a brief break as we get the drafts prepared for the next set. Alright, Sato, thank you for the raid. We're gonna get into this next set. Looks like they're launching on Fish and Fish. Just enough time for me to grab a quick snack in between the sets. And welcome to Hart vs. Barrels, our final qualifier today. Thank you again, Sato. Saw you streaming FR, I guess it's your French channel. And again, Fish and Fish, what do we do for the colors? We'll keep Hart in the red and we'll put Barrels in blue. It'll be boring. Blue Barrels. So Hart will be playing as the red Japanese to the southwest, and Barrels as the blue Romans to the northeast. Let's see. Predictions for the set. I'll go Hart 3-2. First two sets were kind of one-sided, but I think Barrels should put up a fight, even though I think Hart is favored. Looking at their elos, actually, Barrels has the higher elo. Pretty close, 27-27 to 27-70. So Japanese Romans, no Sicilian donjon masterpieces this time. Japanese with their cheaper mills, cheaper lumber camps, and then fishing ship ability versus the Romans, who will have their 5% faster working eco, which will apply to the shorefish, the only shorefish bonus right now. Your Vidian villas will carry more, but that doesn't matter when you have the mills so close anyway.
Impera.
So a dock going up here for Barrels. As there'll be a whole bunch of fish in the deep blue sea. So mill approach for Hart, dock approach for Barrels. And if Hart scouts this, then we'll have to see if he goes for his own dock. He did scout the coastline there. And we'll see if the scout finds the dock. Going just past it for the moment, he'll need to loop back. Finds the relic, but hasn't seen the dock yet. So Hart needs to make sure he scouts enough of the coastline to confirm there's no dock, and maybe having gone one tile too far, will think that there's no dock, and then be mistaken because there actually is. And where will that scout go? Will it turn back and find the dock, or will he head inland? Loom on the way for Barrels. And is he going to scout this? He'll go into the middle, so it has to be the dock that's scouted. And he misses it. He misses the dock. So he's probably thinking that Barrels didn't dock now, but he just didn't scout enough of the coastline. Alright, that could end up being a huge mistake for Hart, as I doubt we'll see him go forward for his own dock to contest the water with fires now. Just gonna do a barracks in the middle. Loom on the way also for Hart, and he's up first. Okay, we'll see if Barrels can cook now. Is he going to push a zebra? That's a pretty far push. He's ignoring the middle for a really far push and not going to scout if any men-at-arms come in. And he might just assume the Japanese are going men-at-arms, but that will be men-at-arms from Hart. And very forward gold for a back barracks. So that is a long zebra push for mining the forward gold. So back gold for Hart, very forward gold for Barrels. Forward berries too, everything forward for Barrels. Wood at least is in the back. Barrels makes the best YouTube videos. That's true. Okay, scouts disrupting the zebra push. That was a long zebra push. Barrels doesn't want to give up on it. I guess it's a sunk cost, but spent a lot of time pushing it this far. Here come the militia. And, well, maybe two scouting mistakes there. One, Hart not spotting the dock. And two, Barrels not scouting the militia until the barracks probably just saw him there. And will that gold be walled? Yes, it will. Ville's almost nillied their way to not having the pathfinding. And the zebra does get in. The zebra does get in. So is that worth it for Barrels? Maybe it is if he gets his militia finished. But the men-at-arms upgrade will be on the way, and that'll be a fourth militia in for Hart. Barrels, though, has the fishing advantage. 2 fishing ships for him, also the Ville and the deep fish. Range in the middle for Hart, which will mean there's no range in the back. Men-at-arms, where the man-at-arms upgrade going to be researched for Barrels, and as he's doing a blacksmith in the back, as the Romans, he will get those double blacksmith upgrades. Double armor upgrades. Infantry armor upgrade effects are doubled. So does he do 4 militia, men-at-arms, and then armor at the blacksmith before fighting maybe? Needs to force drop. And there he goes. Yes, he's going to do armor before fighting as he trains that 4th man-at-arms. And archer for Hart, but he's not going to have the archer forward in time. Doing a spear now. Scouts will do the dance that indicates it's just about time to fight. And now with the men-at-arms, is armor better than the Japanese bonus? I would think so. The double armor. It's 2 melee armor to 1. So that's 4 attack versus 5. Or no, never mind, this is a pierce armor. It's 2 melee armor to 0, 4 attack versus 6. Yep, and this should be a good fight. The scout even hitting the archer. Weak man-at-arms goes for the scout. And this should be a good cleanup for Barles. I think this is a good fight for him. More men-at-arms on the way. It's a big man-at-arms war from both players. We'll have a forward tower there for Barles as he tries to take the middle. And just now, Hart's going to send the spear and he's going to scout for the dock. But that's 3 fishing ships that have been out there for a long time. A 4th fishing ship on the way. And the Vil could even fight the spear if Barles wanted to. So in the middle, skirmisher, skirm numbers climbing faster for Hart than they are for Barles. Barles just adding in the range now. The dock, spending wood on the dock doesn't mean you're investing more on the water. And Japanese men-at-arms still continuing to push forward. Will this tower go up for Barles? Titanic if he can't get the tower up. Has some good HP on that man-at-arms. The Vil's going down. And maybe Hart's gonna stop the tower. It's close, 99%. Vils need to garrison now. But they do have to run for the moment. See if the tower gets any shots as the units run away. And there'll be skirm time for Barles himself. Spear attacking the fishing ships, but there is a fire. Oh, did the spear kill? The spear killed all of the fishing ships from Barles. Well, one spear absolutely devastating the fishing eco. All of a sudden, there goes the scout from Barles. Things going really well for Hart. After that initial fight, he now has a huge army advantage, 8-2, all the skirms. Yep, the Japanese infantry do attack 33% faster starting in feudal. And wow, that was all of a sudden amazing for Hart. On the water, on the land, everywhere. Doesn't have his own dock yet, but maybe sending a Vil for the dock if he wants to go fires. Weak Vil though, but if it's just a fire, that shouldn't matter. Would be worse for versus a galley. All going up for Barles. Won't have too much finished, but the walls themselves get HP really quickly. Stone walls do. And yeah, I'll just build that with some Vils. Look at how fast that goes up.
Eus. Salve. Eus. Prontus.
And defensive stone walls here. That'll be nice if it goes up, but it needs to go up. That's a weak Vil. Skirms. I like how Barles made this change to the wall tile over, but then lost the Vil. Needs to reclaim the stone from that wall. So in the middle, Barles still on 1 mill. Second mill for Hart. He's expanding around. 500 more resources collected for him. He can start doing fire galleys and then fishing himself. We'll have those Japanese fishing ships beginning to fish extra efficiently. Skirms and men-at-arms all running over. Men-at-arms coming forward for Barles. Skirms picking an archer. And big skirm fight now. And fletching on the way for Barles.
Impera. Prontus.
So fishing ship's going down to the fires. Barles coming forward, but he's walled out. And Barles has to do some fancy quick wall and get a market up. Hart just about ready to click up. Needs one more round of gold. And he'll be good, and he shall be up. He has the buildings. There he goes, queuing castle behind the villa, and he is up. He is up right away. And hello, Mr. Yes on YouTube. And good afternoon. Vil goes down to all the skirms. Tower still standing among the box turtles.
Impera.
Man-at-arms in the tower as the Vils might need to garrison.
Prontus.
Vils might need to garrison. Man-at-arms could be unleashed upon the skirms from underneath the tower. Bill's gonna go fight. And Barles has to realize he has a man-at-arms in the tower. And it's gonna be over a minute faster to the castle age for Hart. Looking forward to the skirm nerf. Skirms are just OP in 1v1s.
Nani?
So Vil goes down.
Salve.
Oh, Hart didn't even find two of his sheep. Barles just split them up now. Skirms should go for the archer. Men-at-arms being chased by Vils. The Skirms will take out a couple of archers on the way in this fight. Men-at-arms is going to hoover around and escape this area. Yeah, Barles trapped Lewis in reverse arena.
Impera.
That was that game.
Io?
Tibi Servio.
Men-at-arms taking out that villager.
Io?
Impera. Salve.
I mean, scouts having extra bonus damage against them could be nice.
Impera.
And there's a GG from Barles as Hart is up 1-0. And the only thing that went wrong from Hart was that one tile he didn't scout where Barles had docked out of his line of sight. Barles had a plan to avoid the middle, go for the fish, do men-at-arms and armor to fight, but by the time that happened, Hart had the archery range up and was making skirms. And we all know how powerful the skirmisher is. Skirmisher beats everything and had the skirm numbers, and Barles could never quite recover from the numbers, especially having both forward gold and forward berries. I think that made it extra difficult for him to defend his map. So 26-22 KD. Better eco for Hart. Running everything a bit more smoothly. Japanese wood savings on this map are very nice too. Hart looking pretty dominant there. And I would have expected Hart to put in a lot of practice time for this. So that we'll be winning one game on Fish and Fish. That'll be very first pick to Japanese over the Romans. So 1-0 lead for Hart as we head into game number 2. Barles will be picking the map now. And it will be Chicken Arena. Let's go. Chicken Arena. Or should I say Funnel Arena? I always ready to see the funnels. I'm not familiar with all these YouTube emotes. Can't even hover over them to see. Can I click them? I don't even know what that emote is. I need to get used to these YouTube emotes. should be launching into Chicken Arena. And, well, won't be surprised to see the Civ match appear. Burgundians and Bohemians. No surprise to see those Civs on Arena. So we'll see, we're only 5 hours into the stream. I was expecting this to be a longer day today with best of sevens, but first two were over quickly. And now, I mean, Hart looked good. And I think Barles is probably favored on Arena. We'll see what Hart's prepared. We'll see if Hart will funnel. Hart does not strike me as the type of player who would funnel. We're out for lunch and coffee. Ooh, coffee sounds good. I should send some of that coffee my way. I need more. Saturn? Oh, with the rings around it. Okay. Wait, what? I clicked the launch button. Why am I not launching? DE. Alright. Spec delay anyway, didn't miss anything. You need your evening coffee. That's what I say. You gotta drink coffee before you go to sleep. That way you're all caffeinated when you wake up. That's the secret to unhealthy sleep. Alright, once more we'll put Barles in the blue, and we'll have Barles as the blue Burgundians to the southwest, and Hart as the red Bohemians to the northeast. And right away, let's go! Hart is funneling! Funneling the chickens. Don't build the gate that much, don't build. Okay, whew, it got me worried there for a second. Yeah, coffee before a nap is also okay. Also kind of ensures you don't overnap. Okay, and 2 chickens. Oh, he needs to finish the funnel before the chickens walk all the way. Oh, he's not funneling fast enough. There he goes. Oh, that chicken running straight to the TC. He's got 3 of them already. Oh, thank you, Interface, for using your Prime sub. Funneling everything to the TC. There we go. Obligatory shout out, though. This month, these funnels are sponsored by Factor 75. Yeah, with promo code funnel. It's not even the promo code. You just got to use my link. Thanks to the funnels, we'll have a promo code. Get chicken funneled directly to your home. The funnel is so crazy. Hello, Pandu. Hello there. Yeah, this month we are indeed doing a Factor 75, the meal delivery service sponsorship on Twitch. So if you're in the US and you're a first-time customer, you can use my code for 50% off. I get funded equivalent to about 90,000 bits for everyone who successfully orders at least 1 box of food through that. Do I think they'll break the chicken funnel with an update? I hope they just remove chickens from Arena and give us deer, and then we probably won't have to worry about the funnels anymore. I don't know if they want to. Maybe they will. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 relics all scattered around on the outside. And we have a funnel also from Barles. Barles funneling. I'm sure Barles has fun with funnels. His YouTube content would indicate he would definitely be the type of person to funnel. Yeah, the middle... Aren't there like some new animals though in the middle instead of like proper animals? I'd rather just have proper animals. I think Barles deleted one of his gates for wood. Just give us classic arena. Don't give us new animals. Okay, chicken running to the middle. Scout pushing the chicken here to the walls. Let's see if that gets pushed in. And yep, there it goes. Running in. What are the herdables in AoE 2 so far besides sheep? Well, they're the sheep equivalents. There are the pigs, the goats, the turkeys, and the geese. And then there are the cow equivalents of cows. There are several different cows, and the water buffalo. There's the herdable version of the chicken too, like the ones you get on Nomad to scout with. Here's another chicken running forward for Barles. Are there any ones in the new expansions that I'm missing? The llamas, of course, the llamas. The running chicken animation is really funny. Like it's trying to fly, but it can't, just flapping its wings around. It's like... Oh my gosh, I was talking about doing a Skirm cosplay. I should do a chicken cosplay. I should get a chicken costume. Oh, that'd be brilliant. Oh, I'll go find a fence somewhere and take some photos running along the fence. Oh yes, I totally got to do that. Oh, let me message message Ugly. She's done my photographers. She lives near me, so can take photos. Alright, that's just my reminder to myself of that idea. I think I should keep cosplaying things that make my abs show. I agree. Oh, thank you, Donjon AoE, for the follow. Like I said, though, I've been dealing with a shoulder injury. I feel like I want to overcome that injury and get back to where I can bench press properly. And make some more fitness progress before I do another cosplay like a Woad Raider. I'd love to do a Woad Raider someday. I think I need a wig for that, though. I don't think I actually can grow my hair out like that naturally. I think that would just take too much time. I'd probably be like a good 2 years of not getting a haircut, and I don't think I could deal with that. I need pajamas for that, yes. I do want to do a skirmisher now. I think it'd be fun. So, Castle Age on the way for Hart. Market and Blacksmith, he's got 4 vills on gold. So this could be a monk rush from him. But look at the monk tech tree. Bohemians have the entire monk tech tree. And the free mining upgrades. Burgundians will miss heresy, and in Imp they miss theocracy. They have a great economy for going for a monk rush, but themselves don't quite have the full tech tree. They have a good monk rush, but probably don't want to go monk v monk against the Bohemians. Instead, we can have a stable and scouts. Now, if we see Barles, or if we see Hart do what Nikov did, and do the monasteries in the middle of the map, I think that'd be great for him. Get the 5 relics, do the monk push, and do an all-in monk rush. You're gonna the difference being here, he would need spears. So you're gonna need a barracks at home, and that's what he's doing. And then you send the vills forward. You don't need loom, you just need quick walls. Lots of bears on the map, though. We have here 3 bears. Maybe they could attack a spear. And hello, Sunnyflower. Hope you're having a sunny and flowery day. Or a sunny day filled with flowers. Or a flowerful day filled with sun. Or some combination of that. So, monastery on the way. Do the elite woad and forget about the hair. Oh no, we can't do the elite. If we're cosplaying unique units, we're definitely doing the normal unique units. Not the new upgraded quote-unquote ones.
See.
All of that, perfect. So Scout gets poked, and we'll have Castle Age on the way there for Barles. Have a TC in the back from Hart. Arena, yes, Bailo, Arena, with a monastery. Only 1 monastery and a TC for booming. Interesting, okay. So it'll be spears and monks. Okay, well, if you don't want to let the Burgundian player grab all the relics. I was hoping we'd see an aggressive monk rush here. And honestly, I think monk rushes actually work great against scouts as long as you have the spears behind it. Yeah, funneling cosplay. I think that's my next idea as we get the as we get before the skirm. As I say, the skirm costume I think will be harder to make. I just need to find some cheap chicken costume online or at a costume store. And I need to find a fence somewhere. Preferably like an unbuilt fence. A chicken funnel with chickens being pushed by a skirmisher. Yeah, that's true. I could do the palisade cosplay too. And then the skirmisher will be pushing it. It can be like on hyper random. Monk brings the relic from the middle. Spears gonna poke down some light cav. Oh, don't let the monk. No, Spears, what are you doing? Oh, the Spears not protecting the monk there. Monk goes down. So slight Vil lead for Hart. He did get the second TC added earlier since he's not going for the scouts. A couple of snowy trees mixed in. I can't stand the hills on Arena though. I try to do my lumber camps and then I see there's a hill there and it's just, yeah, it scares me. 2 barracks for the double monastery. Okay. So you think Hart made the right choice. I would have gone forward for the monasteries. I like the double monastery in the middle with some spears behind it against this. I feel like booming against the Burgundians is risky because you let them get the relics. I have hills on Arena. I don't know. I guess they tried to make the outside more interesting. That's what I said. Once a couple more patches come out with more map scripting features, I'm just going to make my own map pack of all of the default map versions. So that when we do community games, we have non-broken maps.
Co przykazujesz? Ano.
He cooks up 0 to 5 relics against Burgundians. That's not what you want to cook up. Again, Burgundians, they do have a bonus. That their team bonus, their relics generate food in addition to gold. So you don't want to give the Burgundians an extra 12 villagers. Oh, it's Sunnyflower. Thank you for gifting a sub to Sato.
Co przykazujesz? Ano.
Ooh, Scout snipes the monk. And we'll have another monk bringing a relic back. Ooh, spears. Can they defend this monk? Okay, they're defending that monk properly. There he goes. And hello, Old Man Willow. Oh, if we see not Nomad, we'll see some willow trees today. Old Man Willow. Scout picks the monk and gets the delete there. Have a light cav on the way for Hart over here. And Fervor Sanctity on the way for Barles. Those trees are your week's highlight. Nice. Yeah. Oh, you know, I don't know. Is Ornlu? If anyone watching Ornlu's stream, I sent him a screenshot yesterday of where to find the small tree setting in Capture Age. Because he had the huge willows the other day.
Ano.
Okay, Hart going forward for the relic. So it will be now 2-to-1 relics in favor of Barles. Hart has the 4th relic in his hands. Oh, that's what you want for the spears there. That's about as good as they could have protected the monk. But the monk does go down. So it'll be a 3rd relic for Barles, and Hart needs to fight over that final one. He needs to fight over that final relic. He is up by 10 Vils, and he does have the 3rd TC, I think, added in a bit earlier, but 3 TCs also for Barles. And now Barles looking to get that one last relic. Monk wants a conversion. Atonement is in, converts the monk. A few scouts coming around, but the spear is here for Barles actually defending properly. The bear going after the spears. I think Barles gets that and gets 4-to-1 relics. So Hart now has to play with a timing advantage. I do feel like Bohemians probably have the better composition going Halb Halfnitze against Burgundians. But that might not matter if the Burgundians have a much better eco with... Well, 5-0 relics I probably do favor the Burgundians, but 4-to-1 still is a good lead for them. It's like having a handful extra villagers. Where's that monk? No, don't, no, your monastery is down here, don't run that way. Run this way. Also that bear in the gate, that could be a problem. Is the bear will the bear eat a villager when the gate's open? No, it might eat a spear. Oh, yeah, it will, yeah, it will. Oh, monk's letting the bear in. And Vils, like, the bear was outside. What are you doing? Flexing the relic. As a wise man once said, more stuff counters less stuff. Yes, that is very true. Unless the more stuff is villagers and the less stuff is elite war elephant. So pretty much the same imp timing. Hart up by about 10 Vils, and he's going to have to hope that's enough against the 4-to-1 relics. And with Bohemians, maybe it is. He's going to get a castle up, but just at the front of his base. Don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but his resources spawn to the side. Is this a find closest thing to where it's dotted? Maybe it is. I'll have to look at Arena. Charles heckin' loves skirmishers, I bet he heckin' does. Okay, monks coming forward, charging conversions on Vils, could swap to light cav. A bunch of spears coming forward, and I think this castle goes up no problem. Just a few skirms here, shouldn't be able to deny it. And that's going to be a lot of arrows from the castle as this army tries to run, picking off the converted Vils. I get a lot of the spears too. And castle's up, doesn't really defend much other than the front of the base, and we'll have a forward castle and trebs also for Barles. Does Hart have chemistry? He does. So it's bombard cannon time for him. Trebs for Hart. And where are the skirms? Where are the skirms? There we are. We have skirmishers from Barles. Best unit in the game, the skirmisher. But Halfnitze will be the play at the start here from Hart. Barles getting another TC in the middle. Enough more villagers will still counter enough less elephants? I don't know. Wasn't there some video somewhere that was some custom scenario that was infinite militia versus bombard towers, and the towers killed the militia so fast that they never actually made it there?
See.
Ano.
So pike goes down, cannons come forward, Treb's working on the castle.
Vašim službám. Ano.
Bedawins.
Başım служба.
Sharp shots a miss. This one runs away.
Pozot. Bedawins.
Oh, skirms go down. And now it's cannon time. Wagenburg Tactics Siege Engineers on the way. Cav swap from Barles. But the pikemen are out already for Hart, so if he's going for a cav swap, he will run into Bohemian, if not Halb, at least pikemen. Nice shot on the skirmishers there. And castle going up for Barles. So, winning the castle fight in the middle there is Hart. Nope, cannons hit a chicken. Nope, cannon goes down.
Ano. Co przykazujesz?
Si. Bedawins.
Cannons go for the skirms.
Pozot.
And cannoneers kill the pikemen.
Bedawins.
And ooh, pikemen getting hit. So back at the deleted walls from Hart. Balls with the score lead though. Still pretty close in eco, and those relics loom large over the end of this game. He can stall long enough and get the relic gold to his advantage, maybe he's in a good spot. I think it's going to be a situation over time though Hart maybe gets the better KD with the cannons, halbs, and hand cannons.
Pozot.
And there's Haufnitze, so he's about to evolve into his final form with the Haufnitze upgrade. Masonry also coming in for the castles, more HP for them in all the buildings.
Si.
And did Barles just delete a building that was doing attack and not get Halb? Did he just... He didn't just delete his Halb barracks, did he? To micro the cannons?
Служба.
Is that what he just did there?
Bedawins.
Okay, Skirm's going down, still a few seconds away from Haufnitze. Somehow doesn't destroy that Treb. Haufnitze probably would have had the splash damage to destroy that. Also has to be careful with the Trebs near the cannons.
Bedawins. Si.
And nice shot on the skirms. Hart pulling ahead in the KD now, ahead in score. I'd like to take Barles off of that mid gold. Just shooting the corpses for good measure.
Bedawins. Si.
Spread formation hand cannoneers. There's ballistics and iron casting on the way. And gold probably should be spent on Halb. And more castles in the back for Barles. Paladin! Ooh, did Paladin just come in for Barles? Yes, he now has Burgundian Paladins. And there is Halb again. And he'll need the Halb to deal with the Paladins. So Treb's going for the castle. This forest in the middle as another splash comes on the hand cannoneers. And having Halb now, or having pikemen instead of Halb now will be kind of annoying. This forest affecting the micro of the bombard cannons. Maybe the castle needs to be a few tiles over, because now, in order to engage, Hart needs to be on the right side of the forest, and he's going to lose everything to the paladins. Halb wasn't in. Halb wasn't in. He's trying to take out a cannon, and he will. Half needs to need to be repaired. 2 of them left. More paladins on the way. They can maybe take out another cannon. Repairs on the castle. The castle going to stay up. That forest was so tricky to micro around. I don't even know what killed that cannon. I'll get a shot on the Treb. Cannon coming back. Walls in front of the cannon to try to keep it alive. Quick walls in time for Hart. Beasting with the quick walls, bringing the cannon back around. Maybe delete that house so we can get a shot on the Treb. More paladins on the way. Not enough to destroy the Treb, though. Has to re-wall in front of it. And in range of the Treb, at least. Now can micro around the cannon. And around the skirms. No repairs on the Treb in time for Barls. The Treb goes down. And this castle will remain standing. It's just one cannon now. But the Trebs for Hart going forward into the paladins. Into the paladins. We'll save a Treb, though. You're still confident about the Bohemians? Oh, Hart looks to be 2, as he still has the score lead. KD 99 to 82. Remember, those are paladins that are dying for Barls. No bloodlines, but still just as expensive as a normal paladin. And more splashes on the skirmishers with the Haufnitze. The mobile siege onager, basically. Oh, there it goes down. And armor on the way. Halves getting their final armor, still will need their final attack. Skirm's not enough to deal with that. Guild's on the way for Barls, which means he's planning for a long game. He can also do crop rotation, 2-man saw. He's going for a forward castle underneath the Treb. Won't one-shot it, but was close to it. Enough vills building it that it will go up. Maybe dangerous building it underneath a Treb. Bracer already in for the castle. Immediately the Haufnitze snipes off the cannon. Treb almost snipes it off too. Don't know how that shot missed. Paladin's going down.
See.
Needs to hitting the Trebs. Needs to running, no repairs though. More paladins going down. But still a great KD for Hart. Marlo's using this castle to try to push the other castle, but he needs a good number of Trebs. Maybe the problem with this castle was he needed 3 or 4 Trebs amassed before creating the castle. Then it would give him a better launching pad for attacking. Maybe the castle a bit more forward so the Trebs can be behind it, protected from the Haufnitze. Wants to control the neutral gold and make sure that Hart can't get to that. But it might not matter if Hart just has a much better KD. So 2,000 more relic gold, that's also food for Barls. And remember, Bohemian Halbs, extra bonus attack against Paladins. Paladins that don't have bloodlines. And now we're getting to see some skirms from Barls, doing more blacksmith upgrades for them. So Bohemian Halbs against the Paladins. Cannon there goes down for Barls. Haufnitze is still pushing into this castle. And this is, I think, still looking pretty good for Hart. Honestly, looking pretty good for him. As much as I wanted to see that monk rush early on, maybe he was just confident enough in the late game that he waited for it, and now the castle goes down, and I think that was Barles' chance to push with a forward castle to defend Trebs. Now the Haufnitze just can make work of any siege that comes forward. Oh, what's this? There's a paladin in the eco. There's a paladin in the eco. Hello there, paladin. One Halb coming out to try to deal with it. Look at how much damage that Halb does to the paladin. Down it goes. And now forward castle from Hart. He's looking to push this castle and also secure that extra gold. So he'll get the neutral gold. He's got architecture on the way, ring archer armor. And enough Halbs to protect the siege, enough siege to deal with the skirms. More splashes on some skirms. Why is he throwing paladins into the Halbs? Because he needs to destroy the siege. That's his best bet of destroying the Haufnitze. So Trebs and Haufnitze now working on this castle. They destroy the castle, then they have a clear path to taking out those Trebs. Probably could do that anyway. Halbs have to be in front of the Haufnitze there. That they are. They'll reposition themselves. Hills go to repair, but it might be a bit too late as more Haufnitze shots are coming in. More Treb shots on the way. Haufnitze turn back around before one more volley. but the castle still goes down. One cannon dead for Hart, but returning fire on all those Burgundian cannons. 20% more damage, but no siege engineers, so they don't have the range. And now the paladins moving forward. Speedy Halfneets are trying to run from the paladins. See if they get off another shot anywhere. TC will go down. I mean, Halbs could just go deal with the Trebs now. This castle looks like it'll stay up. Yeah, a few Halbs dispatched for the Trebs, and that'll be all they need. Halbs even pushing into the skirms. Maybe not the best idea, but they will go there. Paladin is going to turn around. No Halbs by the Trebs. No quick walls either. But at least the Trebs go down. Hart may be better able to replace his siege. I mean, with all the castles, even the Paladins go down to the castle fire. Gee, it's just unstoppable. Unstoppable. I'm still curious why we don't see Turks all that much anymore. 'Cause I feel like artillery cannons, from what I had seen in the past, usually worked well against the Halfnitze. Maybe that's just not the case anymore if players have gotten better at using the extra speed of Wagenburg tactics. Best unit in the game? I think Mangudai are pretty good against them. If you're saying that skirms can't stop them, though, I mean, these skirms do miss the final armor. There's vineyards on the way for Barles, maybe a bit late for that. And so Revolution, Burgundians do have Revolution, but it's very expensive now. It's not the auto win button that it used to be. I think after NAC 4 they saw too many auto wins, and after having a big tournament finals decided by the auto win button, they finally decided to nerf it. Rawr, hello Baron, hello Baron. Turks lack the best units, yes. Turks, they do lack the elite skirm. That's true. Spend resources on champions? For the Burgundians against Bohemian hand cannoneers? That's probably an easy hand cannon switch. Yeah, this is looking fairly GG. As those skirms go down. Make it light cav. I don't think Bohemians want to do light cav. Could do Hussar for the Burgundians. You get what, fully upgraded Hussars aside from Bloodlines? I know Bloodlines still hurts, especially against these Halbs. Just less able to pick off Trebs, especially under Castle Fire. Or pick off Halfnitze. It is fortified wall for Hart. Bills will be punching down the cannon over here, being fought by the light cav. They'll go down. Cannon's going for the castle. Skirm's trying to hit the paladins as the light cav come over. Barlos do anything other than writing GG at this point? I don't think so. He's about to lose another castle for Halfnitze. Well, he needs to defend him with Halbs, then he'll lose the castle. There he goes. Yeah, so much gold, so much everything for Hart. And he didn't need those relics. Borrows 3k more relic gold and food along with it, and just not enough with this KD. So Paladins there being halved down. Stable hit. Halves will take out some of these skirms. Cannons will hit the Halfnitze too. And Barl's desperately trying to hold on. He's gonna hope I'm 4-1 relics. Eventually the gold runs out for Hart, but that's gonna be a long time from now. Like, yeah, probably not for Bohemians when you don't have the final armor.
Result.
I think he's fine just getting splashes with the Halfnitsa. Oh, maybe actually he goes to go Cavalier. He has a Paladin, but with stables he could go Cavalier. Has the armor. I was like, Cavalier for raiding could be nice. He's not going to finish his stable. He's going to do a taunting stable. Also, wood lines are so thin in the back, Vills have to venture outside for wood here. No, he's making light cav. Okay. Well, I guess he just wants them for the skirms then. Maybe he's thinking he can raid the villagers once the walls get taken out too. Which they are breached over here. Cannon's going for the monastery, and now it's time to take out the relics. And there goes Barles' relic lead. Didn't even have the gather point in the back to keep them somewhat safer by a few tiles. And I think this is about the point where Barles can call it, now that he's lost the relics. Down they go. Now, just where are the monks? No monks yet. We gotta think about forward monasteries for stealing them. You've successfully completed scenarios 1, 2, and 3 of William Wallace. Oh, nice. Only 4 more to go. Make sure you have enough men-at-arms in that next scenario. There's the GG from Barles, and Hart goes up 2-0. 2-0 in the decider, 617 to 474 KD for Hart. I mean, Barles even with more economy, but only slightly more. Honestly, those 3k res are basically the relic difference. That's about it when Hart had all the middle resources there. Bohemians OP. That's 2-0 for Hart. As Barles still has Ring of Reeds there. He has Ring of Reeds. That'll be Bohemians over Burgundians. Burgundians were the very first pick too for Barles. And looks like Rocky Forest will be the next map picked by Barles. Rocky Forest. And here we go. Loading in. Successfully download the match content. It'll be Inca for Hart and Armenians for Barles after the spec delay. Alright, here we go. So, first two sets over in 5 and 4 games respectively. Here, Hart taking a 2-0 lead. I expected him to be the favorite. Barles losing Arena, I think, is a big step back for him, though. Maybe we're looking at even another sweep. If we have Rocky Forest as the map, which should be a fairly open map, and on the open ones, I would think I favored Hart. Let's see if there's any special Armenian strategy here. Alright, here we are, and we will have Hart to the north in the blue, playing as the Inca, and Barles to the south in the red, playing as the Armenians. Now, the Armenians will have the mule cart for this map, which makes it extra efficient for chopping on the rock terrain by the rocky forest. Now, this map does have the rock terrain go right up to the edge of the forest, so you can't just build a lumber camp adjacent to the forest. You gotta have a one-tile gap, and early on you can't quick wall. We've seen a couple of instant drushes, and that's what it looks like Hart's gonna do here, using the straggler trees before doing a lumber camp. The Inca are great at the instant drush because they get the +5 pop space per house. So double the pop space on their houses means he's not spending any wood on houses. He can do the barracks instantly, do some militia, and still afford the lumber camp after a bit of straggler tree chopping. He's gonna long distance mine 10 gold, so good old 3 militia drush build order then. That'll give you a 3 militia plus loom. He needs to drop off enough food to queue the more militia. His build so fast doesn't have the food for it, but there he goes. I'll have another barracks forward also for Barles. Militia in the barracks, starting to be trained. There's another one for Barles.
Okay.
And some militia coming out of the barracks. So both players going for the early barracks. They'll go right past each other. And they'll look maybe for the drush to fight. In the Dark Age, the eagle will be better than the scout. So both insta-drushing. Loom on the way for Barles. He sees this and he's like, I need some loom. Third militia for Hart. Fourth militia for Hart. Hart not going to do loom. He's just going to do more militia. Long distance mining more gold. And this is going to be at least a 5 militia drush then? Wait, where's the 4th militia? There it is. Alright, Hart's going to need loom if this comes in though. He's not going to be able to wall. Not even with the mule cart. Okay, so 4 militia forward. He's going to destroy houses with them. He'll destroy 2 houses. Barles has to rebuild them. And Barles is mule carting these straggler trees by his TC. So he is not affected by the drush. And drush here getting in on Hart will be very effective if it gets to the lumber camp. Maybe he's thinking of fighting with Vils, but he's going to need loom if he wants to fight with Vils. So 1 house destroyed, so the house destroy rush as Hart runs his eagle into the TC, tanks a bit of TC fire there. And here comes the drush on the woodline. Loom not in yet, loom not yet in. And that's going to be 1 dead villager. Hart deciding to fight before loom comes in. Oh, Hart, not like this, not like this. That's a very weak Vil surrounding the drush. There's only 1 death so far. That Vil is extremely weak and can't run back to the TC by himself. Needs an escort, needs an offensive line to protect the quarterback. But the scout going for the sack, almost gets the Vil. Vil will quick wall himself in. He will stay safe. Unless a Camus comes over. On the other side, drush here walled out. Loom is in on these Vils. 4 militia can't get through the barracks. So another militia in the middle of the map wants to go forward. Feudal Age clicked for Barles. As the Armenians, Hart grabbing more gold. So Hart's plan on this map was just infinite drush. And doesn't seem to have worked out for him because of that lumber camp situation. Our farms there going up for Hart around the TC. As the scout and the militia come in on the Vils, Vils will turn and fight the scout. Push the militia away. And feudal age on the way in. 5 militia drush with 8 Incas. It is on this map because of the wood lines and the fact you can't quick wall them. Armenians using the mule cart on the straggler trees, though, was a nice counter to that. And here Barles is going to try to wall himself in on the gold with the mule cart. More farms on the way for Barles. And hello, Hypno, how you doing? Let's take the scout.
Jay.
And Barles idled with the TC, has to keep going back and forth to the wood lines. But we'll probably find safety over here unless the militia come over. And there is feudal age for Hart, so Barles up. Still with militias, Barles is going to do a range somewhere. Barles doesn't really have wood. And those militia could come around here. Now, he still can't quick wall. This could be a problem. Oh, they face with the back of the mule cart. There he goes, looking to fight this. Why is he not fighting there? Maybe he's thinking, I want to go do men-at-arms? Barles now has wood for a range. Well, I think he would like to wait for men-at-arms, but still not committing. The Inca are not going to get any type of instant feudal bonus. Not like Magyar's attack or anything like that. So one isolated village trying to pick. And Barles is going to have to run back towards the TC now. As the berries are a bit overforaged for those walls. Militia are here running away. And man-at-arms in. Okay, 4 men-at-arms from Barles running on to Hart's woodline. Hart will have to run. He'll have to get back to the TC. He's going to run out of stragglers soon. That's the one downside of taking the straggler taking the stragglers early. Barles is already out of stragglers. Now men-at-arms is on the way for Hart. So both players in each other's bases. Defensive archery range on the way for Hart. You will be able to do archers right away. Also, did these players swap their colors? Did I swap the colors? No, Barles, he was purple, so I put him in the red, right? Yeah. Or no, he would have... Hart would have been red last game, wasn't he? Players swapping colors. Swapping hosts, most likely. So, okay, men-at-arms there on the woodline. Coming back over here, longswords for Barles. Bill's trying to fight longswords. I don't think that'll work. But an archer will come out. That'll clear them. And Vill's dead on that mule cart. Vill's trying to fight the men-at-arms. Barles losing Vill's. Barles losing Vill's left and right. He's trying to counterattack. Has almost destroyed the lumber camp. Forced Hart away from it. And now we'll have to fight archers. But as more archers are amassed, the longswords will face more of a difficulty near that lumber camp. Archer goes down. Archer will shoot the longswords and run away. Longsword going down there. Longsword still trying to harass the woodline. Hart wants to get a tower up. And he still has a couple of men-at-arms and an eagle back here, but now he's up 32 to 22 vills. 8 to 2 on Eco KD and more idle time for Hart's, or for Barles' TC. And now the longswords will be cleaned. And this is looking like it's 3-0 for Hart. Will he run into the TC? He will run into the TC, but also get away. Ooh, zigzagging. Oh, doesn't quite get away. Tried to go around the house, but got hit. Okay, well, that was aggressive. And fletching on the way for Hart. I think Hart has stabilized fairly well. This map is... So sometimes the builds on this map can be quite disastrous. I've been enjoying the instant rushes. This was a fun game. Here's fletching on the way.
Jay.
Alright, so double Bedawins and Town Watch on the way too for Hart.
Ajo, terim
Kes
takavor.
patrastem. Ajo, terim takavor. Kes patrastem.
Archer's coming around. Okay, maybe a counterattack from Barles could hit the gold. Still down by 10 vills. And Hart's just establishing a good farming eco with some skirms to defend. Outpost by the gold too, so he'll see the archers coming in. If he's paying attention, he'll see that. Also has Town Watch. Just needs to defend his gold. He'll run the vills. Don't know if he needed to run with the skirms there. No fletching on the archers. Probably could have stayed there without fletching. It's only 2 archers, but just to be safe, he'll run. Power on the front gold for Barles. He's not giving up. He's trying to mule cart chop at the front. Like the novelty strats like 5 militia drushes. I remember when 5 militia drush was the meta. Anyone else remember those days? The best strat on Arabia was that Aztec 5 militia drush FC into crossbow, then to the eagle transition in imp. That was classic AOC. A small army still hoovering around on the outside, market going up. He does it as a living museum. Oh boy, living museum. What a description of someone, a living museum. Now on the other side, some skirms still milling about at the lumber camp. Have a defensive tower from Hart on the gold. Looks like he must have been long distance mining some stone somewhere.
Jay.
Now he's getting skirm numbers out. 11 skirms to 6. 6 longswords queued. Or wait, no, 6 longswords on the field. We all know skirm counters longsword though. Both players using the market. Barles or Hart about to click up, and when Hart gets up, Barles will probably call the GG when he sees the castle. Well, Hart might lose some army here. A bit out of position. Chased by the longswords.
Jay.
And skirm goes down. These skirms still running around. The longsword's kind of pushing. The game should be over as soon as Elite Skirm comes in, though. Even as soon as Botkin comes in. Longswords for now don't have the ability by themselves to push through any type of walling. So small walls around the gold should be good. So not only will Hart be up to the castle age, he'll maintain a villager lead as he's up. Now the longsword's going to take some tower fire as walls come in. Okay, houses don't completely go up, but most villas are still walled safely. They can even contribute to the fight. Longsword's trying to take out the tower, but they're all very weak. Those are some very weak longswords. There's the castle age. Crossbow Bodkin clicked. And he doesn't even have many archers, has 4 of them, but there's the GG, and that's a 3-0 lead for Hart. Hart up 3-0, and now he's 1 win away from making his way to China for the Beijing LAN in October. That's 2,000 more res collected, and double instant drush from both players. Maybe that'll be the meta on this map. GG. And Hart's looking for one more win. That's 3-0 Hart in the best of 7. Barlstill's Ring of Reeds in his map pool. See what he goes for. There's the Inca over the Armenians. So no Celts or Goths there for the insta-drush. Maybe Goths could be interesting, but I guess the mule carts are still a good bonus on that map. And looks like the map will be Lookout from Barl's picking Lookout. Okay, Lookout and Khmer Portuguese will be the civs. So Portuguese for Hart, Khmer for Barls. And okay, it was just that one game. Oh wait, no, they've swapped red versus blue every game. Ugh. First game Hart was blue, second he was red. Third he was red, and now, wait. Okay, so Hart's gonna be red again. Okay, this will be the third game in a row Hart is red? Wait, did I make him red that game? No, Hart was blue that game. I made Barls red. When Barl's picking purple, he will be blue. I don't know what I did that game. No colors. Yeah, Capture Age and the dashboard give me different color choices. That's weird. Okay, yeah, the spec dashboard doesn't have the colors right for some reason. Hart went red, red, blue, and Barls went purple, purple, purple. So I put Barls into the non-Hart color each time. And we'll see what Hart chooses when we get in game. Maybe it depends on how quickly he joins the lobby and whether Barls has picked the color by the time he joins. If he's picked already, then he's not red, so Hart gets blue. But if he hasn't picked, then Hart gets red and that isn't changed. That's probably what goes on. Yeah, and Hart is red again. So for consistency with the first two games, I'll just put Barls in the blue. Alright, color choices. Colors are so hard. Another sweep could be another sweep. So Hart will be playing as the red Portuguese, Barls as the blue Khmer. The map is Lookout, which appropriately enough has many outposts around your base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outposts by the look of it for both players, and you also have a little bit of a forward with a barracks, a tower, an army tent, and a mule cart. So a few little bits and pieces added in on this forward lookout. Importantly, you don't need to do a stable, as there's some weapon racks there. And that is scary. There are weapon racks over here? Oh yeah, there are. You get 2 of them. Oh, that's kind of scary. They're pointy and dangerous. So potentially the last game of the day if Hart can sweep. Barls would need a reverse sweep if he wants to qualify today. There will be another qualifier, I believe, next week, and then a Chinese-only qualifier the week after. There are 2 international qualifiers. Already qualifying today were Nikov and ACCM. Hart attempting to join them. Khmer on this map will have lots of scouts, but also the fact is they won't really benefit from skipping the barracks because Hart also, since he starts with the barracks, can just do it. Khmer will benefit by the fact they have spears added in, but won't really get an eco bonus without needing to skip the barracks. nicely lowered boar there from Hart. And we'll have Feudal Age on the way for Barles. And Loom on the way also for Hart. And ooh, nice gold shape here. I'd probably put the mining camp on this side and have a nice flat area to mine. I take away channel points? Well, I never add channel points. I think they're very spammy. I don't think it's healthy to promote gamifying watching the stream. And Alon's hello crab. Hello. How have the games been today? Fairly one-sided, all of them, to be honest. You've had a 5-game set that was not close, then a sweep, and potentially another sweep today. Barles will be up first, and he'll have to then probably do a stable as the Khmer. Would be surprised not to see a stable. Gold's kind of far away from him. There is another farm by the TC for Barles. Barles up to feudal. Yeah, Nikov dominated in that set. Oh, there's a little wolf by the pond on the outside. That's cute. Didn't notice that before. Sometimes the ponds connect. Sometimes they're just on the outside then. Okay, little ponds with a willow tree. Oh, look, crap. It's a willow tree. It's a willow tree. So where's Old Man Willow? There's Old Man Willow. Oh, more willow trees. Right, archer range there for Hart. He'll be doing men-at-arms. So men-at-arms from that forward barracks. He's already hoovering around Barles' economy. Remember, Khmer can garrison in the houses if need be. What's the gimmick with this map? You start with outposts. It's called Lookout because you start with outposts. Viperwood fish boom with that. I don't think you can dock it. There's no shore on the outside, so you can't dock those ponds. So no archers forward, so the men-at-arms will just hack at that wall as the repairs come in. Viper's streaming right now. Not retired. He's returned from his vacation.
Olá. Sim. Quais as vossas ordens? Estou pronto.
So scouts running around, spear chasing them away. No spears from... Did Barles forget he has a barracks? He's playing... I know he's playing Chimera, so maybe he did. But no spears for chasing the scouts away, just going defensive archers. He's going to play with defensive walls, and then archers around the TC.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
Would have retired thrice over.
Sim. Ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens?
So some archers coming forward.
Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor. Sim. Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor.
Our arm is going down. And fletching on the way in. Archers here from Hart. And we'll have a house going up for Barrels. Ooh, just missing it. Available garrison.
No bobrania.
As the archers snipe down the villager. And we'll have padded archer armor on the way.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
Archers trading a bit, but the scout there for Hart. And Hart winning that fight. Both players with the armor. Scout's starting to come forward for Barrels, but they're kind of weak. And he's going to just need the skirms here in this fight. More houses going up around the side. And so far, 0-0 eco kills. And res collected pretty similar for both players. No big difference there. I have 10 Khmer farmers added in for Barrels, 11 Portuguese farms there, and a stable now for Hart. So he has the range, he has some archers adding in skirms, he might add some scouts now? I mean, could probably just go up rather than the scouts. Now it's the question of do you value the uptiming or the scouts more? Let's see if he does the scouts. I think he's close to going up, and he might just go up and then do scouts after clicking up.
No bobrania. Piepanje.
So archers will take out the skirms now.
Piepanje. Ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens? No bobrania.
Skirms coming forward.
Estou pronto.
And Wolf on the outside, you're going to find a spear. Wolf will munch on the spear.
Bad.
And Castle Age on the way there for Hart. And Hart will be fully walled. I feel like Hart missed a trick by not repurposing his meta-arms to take down the outpost once he knew Barrels has archers. That could be a thing on this map, destroying the outposts, taking the vision away. That's what the William Wallace campaign taught us all.
Bad. Trinbuch roll.
Wolf eating the villager. Oh, that's the tree you were talking about earlier on the pond. Yeah, that is cute. Right on the missing beach of the shoreline. Another gray... I like the wolf by the pond, though. Oh, there's a little tree by that, too. And nice little new assets being used.
Sim.
Castle Age coming in for everyone. Spear pokes down the scout. Wolf is cute, too. I like the wolf. So just big massive archers to turn into crossbows for Hart. He will be up slightly faster. And we'll see what type of timing advantage he can get. Barrel's trying to wall up, keep the pond safe. If only he could dock and fish boom there, I'm sure he'd love to. And also keep track of the archers. A double bit axe. Well, at least both players have it now, along with horse collar. It's my estimate. I don't have an estimate, Timothy. I have no idea.
Sim.
From what I've seen, development can randomly release patches, and people on the teams don't even know when they come out. So,
Estou pronto.
can't make an estimate at all.
Ao seu
I hope they have lots of time so that they remove all of the TC killing board doesn't stop the food thing from it.
Sim. Quais são as vossas ordens?
I feel like their patching kind of misses the mark on what they need to do to improve the game. So Elite Skirm and Bodkin on the way there for Barrels. The knight on the way forward for Hart.
No Bob Rania. Bad. Fear Angier. No Bob Rania.
They don't fix Barbarossa's barge. I hope they do fix that. Well, I don't want the campaigns to be broken. You shouldn't take the campaign that worked in 1999 and break it. And then leave it broken for a long time. That's something that really should have just come out with a hotfix in like a day.
Fear Angier.
Same with like Regicide Fortress having 2 kings.
Bad. No Bob
It should not take weeks to get that fixed.
Fear Angier. Bad.
Yeah, it was pacifist before. It was pacifist before. Oh, in the back, a couple of knights got in. A couple of knights got through the walls. And they'll be raiding the gold, getting a couple of nice Vil kills there. Those are the first Vil kills of the game. 3 Vils on that gold. Those knights from Barles, they'll pick a Vil on the TC too. Hart has to send his whole village just to finish that in time. And there the TC's up. We'll be shooting at the knights. Okay, crossbow's pushing forward from Hart. He does have the mangonel forward too. He did a workshop over by that gold mine on the hill. And now with mangonels, we'll be pushing crossbow mangonel against skirmisher. Defensive workshop for Barles, and if Barles wants to hold, he's going to need some good mangonel micro. Shooting at the knights, but not shooting the knights. Shooting towards the general vicinity of the knights. The double mangonels on the range. The mangonel coming forward. 6 HP on the range. Should probably finish that off. If not with the mangonels, at least with the crossbows. Okay, that's what Barles needs. He needs to trade, repair, and then not take another hit. Split on the skirms, picking off crossbows. And getting the repairs, that villager repairing far away from the mangonel. As the range goes down. You know, that's maybe a small feature that they shouldn't change because it would totally break things. But they could always have the Vil, instead of repairing in the same spot, rotate around, even just rotating in place to turn to face the thing that they're repairing. So some knights raiding down here by the tower. I'm trying to take out the forward there from Barles. The lookout point, the outpost. Ballistics for Barles. He does have a Vil lead now. Does have 500 more resources collected, but has to respond to this pressure, and will need more good mangonel shots if he wants to hold this. That'll be only 1 TC so far for Barles. The second... Oh, actually, never mind. I didn't see it on the mini-map. And that's the second, and now the 3rd TC. So 3rd TC out at the same time for both players. Maybe slightly earlier for Barles. So he will maintain that slight Vil lead he has. Although, it's even more slight than it looks because Wheelbarrow is in for Hart. But it is slight. Slightly there. Flowers out in front of the house. Mangonel's going for the house. Monks want conversions. Oh, they get double conversions for Barles. Instas for Barles. Mangonel's work on the TC. Get a shot on another mangonel. then chain barding armor on the way for Hart, who's continuing to push, pressuring the TC, takes a villager lead now. 5-2 eco KD. Some skirmishers though, skirmishers coming out of the middle of nowhere. Now the crossbows have to be careful with skirms behind them. So mangonels in front of them, skirms behind them. Have to be careful of TC fire too. Few knights trying to fight the knights. Mangonel shots on the skirms though. On the skirms landing, that'll be a lot of dead skirms for Barles. And all of a sudden, Hart, don't mangonel your own knights, but he has taken a good fight with the mangonels. Knights trying to swoop back around for Barles. Can Barles get a triple mangonel shot? Barles? He misses everything. He overcooked with the attack ground. And loses his mangonel trades 1 for 1. Ooh, that was close. It doesn't quite get the attack he wanted. And now the knights from Barles will swoop in and try to take out the mangonels. Crossbows there to defend though. And no ballistics with the crossbows, but not needed as the knights all go down. Ooh, if Barles could have gotten that triple mangonel kill, maybe he'd still have a chance, but now it just feels like Hart 1k score lead. Bill count's still the same, res collected the same, but huge KD advantage. Bloodline's on the way, and 30 military to 6. He's ready to start overwhelming this base. And the 6 military is 5 monks. I mean, best unit in the game, but... Crossbows attacking the mangonel. Mangonels end up trading. And at least the TC's repaired. Palisade going down just to make it easier to micro. Ooh, mangonel shot there finally for Barles. That's quite a few crossbows at least. Oh, Will goes down. Mangonel still working on the TC. Did that mangonel go down? That did go down. Completely hidden by the TC. The Chimera, do they have Redemption? They could do Redemption and Sanctity. And that could be an option for defending this, but right now just repairing the TC. Hill count's still the same, but full gold army now. Crossbow Knight. No devotion though. Ooh. Hart might need to be devoted. Few knights getting converted here. And conversions would be the thing that saves Barles, but I don't think he had enough. One monk in the back converts a knight in return. And all the mangonels might go down, but more mangonels on the way, more army on the way for Hart. He's just going to keep pouring into this base, and Barles does not have the production to stop it. There's the GG, and with a clean 3-0 sweep, Hart wins 4-0. One game more than the minimum played today, but Hart will be joining ACCM and Nikov on a trip to Beijing for the LAN this October. So let's see that KD. 67 kills. And Barles even with 7 conversions, but not enough to defend him. And congrats to Hart. GG. So 4-1 and 2 4-0s. Nice and quick day. When I say quick, I mean it was 6 hours. 6 hours quick? Relatively quick. 4-0 for Hart. How many more qualifiers will there be? We'll take a look at the Wikipedia page real quick. See, one lookout. If this is a win for Portuguese and a loss there for Khmer. And let me just open up the Wikipedia page real quick. Right, see you later, Epic. And grab this. Oh, I have the Wikipedia page here. I was going to close the Wikipedia page to open another tab, but I have it already. Alright, so this is the setup we have. Our LingYuan logo for the LingYuan Cup. International Qualifier 1. This is now over. It'll be ACCM, Nikov and Hart all advancing. That was a quick update on the page. International Qualifier 2. Let's just see. This one was July 28th to August 3rd. Next one will be next week starting tomorrow, August 4th through August 10th. So same schedule, probably covering that towards the end of the week. I doubt players start scheduling immediately on Monday. But next weekend, Saturday, will be the round of 6 and round of 8. Sunday will be the round of 4. So only 2 international players qualifying next week. Only 2 qualifiers instead of 3. So only 2 slots. And it'll be 2 64-player brackets. And then there's the Chinese mainland qualifier, where we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 players in a single elimination tournament, it looks like. Is that, yeah, single elimination 1v1. Don't know how that's seeded, but that'll be the week after August 11th to 14th, 16th, and 17th. So that'll be the week after. So the next 2 weeks we have 2 more qualifiers, and this will be for a single player to go, and join Mr. Yo, who's the invited player from China, to make it to the LingYuan Cup. And then, of course, the main event will be in October. Bit of a gap between the qualifiers and the main event to allow for visa issues and travel planning. But the main event will be the October 22nd to 26th, or 22nd to 26th there. Your Taiwanese players, I believe they fall under the Chinese mainland qualifier. I haven't seen... Or did Sorokuma play in round 1? I didn't see any of them playing in round 1. Oh, actually he did. So it looks like Sorokuma actually just played in the international one, so my bad. They fall under the international qualifier. Yeah, he lost to Sebastian earlier. So by the looks of it, under the international. I mean, it may be both, I don't know, but international looks like. Yeah, Danny Boy will have to play the international qualifier. Said Chinese mainland qualifier. You're right, it says mainland. It's a 10-player event. I know Viper was invited. I guess Hera's invited too. Yeah, so Hera, Leary, Viper, Yo are invited. And we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. So yeah, 10-player event. 10-player event. Means no Taiwan. What about Hong Kong? Does that fall under mainland? Because that would be Ming and Dennis, I think, and maybe a couple other players. There'll be more players? No, Chinese qualifier is 1 player. Next week is 2 players. So 4, 3, 2, and 1. That equals 10. And alright, so I think that'll probably be it for us for today. Thank you all for watching. Find someone to raid. Let's see who's online. I guess we'll end the stream on YouTube. I'll probably take a day or so off from streaming. Maybe we'll do a programming stream, but that'll probably be Twitch only in the next couple days. We're going to have some sudden disaster show matches in the next week, so I'll have a post about those coming up soon. I think one of those will be on Tuesday. But anyway, that'll be it. I'll see you later on YouTube. And let me just edit the title of the video before I go offline. The matches will be in the description.